Muito bom dia a todos. Começo pelos cumprimentos oficiais nesta cerimónia. Excelentíssimo representante do Presidente do Grupo Parlamentar.
To Armando Graf, dear Member of Parliament, Carolina Marques, hereby representing President of the Parliamentary Group of this year, dear Secretary of State for Justice, and Luisa Machado, dear Coordinator of IPUPI, for the expansion of the simplified register system, Blandina Soares, dear President of the Bar of Lawyers, and Margarida Martins, also dear President of the Union of Judicial Workers, dear Vice President Domingo Silva, hereby represent the President of the National Director Association for the Real Estate Companies in Portugal, dear Alex Simmel, distinguished notary, former President of the Chamber of Notaries, Joaquim Barata Lopes, distinguished notary, former President of the Chamber of Notaries, Anabela Veloso, President of the Chamber of Employment Agents, dear Fernando Campos Ferreira, hereby representing the General Director of the Tax Authority, dear Paulo Lona, dear Jorge Costa Veloso, Dear Alexandre Oliveira Perdigão, Dear Francisca Castro, Dear Aida Souza, Dear Cláudia Barbas, Dear Susana Lopes Teixeira, Dear Jorge Batista da Silva, dear notaries, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to you all. Pleasure to have you for the 10th conference of the Portuguese Notariat. A special greeting to all of those who are following streaming. I'm Diana Ramos, I'm a journalist and director of Jornal de Negócios, and I shall be leading our work today. This is the second day where we meet to actually discuss the sector. We shall discuss the digital business, digital inheritance, new legal issues, and also the advances on technology, and also exchange with cryptocurrencies or other digital assets. Without further ado, I would like to bring on stage for the official opening Augusto Aguiar Branco, president of the António de Almeida Foundation, our host, for some opening remarks. I would ask the president of the Portuguese Chamber of Notaries, Jorge Batista da Silva, and the Secretary of State for Justice, Ana Luisa Machado. I would ask you to sit on these chairs for this official opening, and I would ask each of you welcome. And I would ask actually the president of the António de Almeida Foundation to actually give us the welcome to this conference. Welcome to Porto, welcome to the foundation. Not great weather, I must confess. We are deeply pleased to welcome the initiatives of the Chamber of Notaries presided by Jorge Batista da Silva, to whom I would like to thank the honor of allowing me to address you with some words of welcoming to the event today. Let me greet the Secretary of State for Justice, Ana Luisa Machado. Very honored to have you. Allow me to greet you all and I have a small surprise. I've been a lawyer for 50 years.
Foram comemorados
50 years that has been celebrated with João Mansano, president of the chamber,
presidente da ordem dos notários pode contar com todo o apoio, toda a abertura para as realizações que no âmbito jurídico sejam preferidas ou sejam levadas a cabo nesta fundação.
And to the President of the Chamber of Notaries, we are here for everything that you need. The spirit of mission, the family tradition, the University of Coimbra, and the need for social concern are part of being a conscience lawyer. It was by alluding to the subject and on the 15th of May, I've addressed here to friends and family by celebrating the 50th anniversary of me being a lawyer. Luís Bianchi de Guiar, our dear colleague, who actually was the one giving me the medal. And he said that one of the things that must be highlighted from my career is how I've been cherishing young people who start working as lawyers. Don't get lost in the vertigo of the past, but do plan the future safely. If possible, that the generational knowledge is not something that's abstract, but done with men, names, personal stories of those who have followed us. Ladies and gentlemen, after yesterday's seminar on cross-border succession, the subject of the meeting we're holding today tells us about digital business. We are facing new challenges. Paying attention to the greatest mobility of citizens, to online deeds, to the usage of new platforms for certification, to the usage of social media, or the frequent circulation of new currency and digital assets. All of this brings some questioning about other subjects in terms of successions, of matrimonial property regimes, and how to be certified in terms of digitization. So, I would like to bring two initiatives aimed towards the future that are bringing notaries, academics, scholars, and other experts into the field of debate. We are quite excited to welcome you all, knowing how important it is in such a timely manner. I wish you all, to the colleagues, notaries, and to other colleagues here, lawyers and others, who experience the law without doing what I do, which is, unfortunately, I hope that they can actually be clearer than I'm being. The foundation is good, its president is bad, so it's a tie. So to all of you, I wish you good luck and do return, if possible, with nice weather. You are always welcome. the foundation. Thank you. Dear President, dear President, dear President, thank you. Please join us for the opening session. We would love to have you with us, and thank you for your remarks and for welcoming us for these 2 days put together by the Chamber of Notaries.
Eu peço por favor aos bastonários da Ordem dos Notários, Dr. Patrícia Silva, que nos deixe as palavras.
Let us bring the President of the Chamber of Notaries, Jorge Batista da Silva, on stage. Good morning to you all. Let me greet the President of the Foundation, Augusto Aguiar Branco. Thank you for your kind words. We are honored to be here in these beautiful facilities, providing great working conditions. It is also an honor to be at an opening session with such a distinguished lawyer with such a magnificent career. So a round of applause, please, for our host. After all, people of law, lawyers, judges, attorneys, solicitors, sometimes it seems that we're like a family and we don't get along perfectly, but at the end of the day, we are all married, so we must get along. Let me also greet to greet Carolina Marques, to greet the Secretary of State for Justice, Ana Luisa Machado. She's here for the opening session, coordinator of EBUP, Landina Soares. Throughout the years, she has put up with me in the different roles. Hope we can continue. Massal, Veloso, we must continue to work together. Fortunately for me, it's just 3 more years. To you, I wish you a long career, not as long as mine, because this is quite tiring, although it is very inspiring for the rest of our lives, because we don't want to be in jobs that are so demanding. DG Justice, hereby represented, Fernando Campos Pereira, representing Digitex Authority. We have a love and hate relationship, but at the end of the day, love when you help us with our deeds. Also, Paul Wanda, with whom we've been working, namely, we work with them for money laundering. Jorge Costa Vos, who also, my brother is the president of a parish, so this ways of organization here just started, but it's a pleasure to see you here. We are all a family, legal experts. Registrars, they are our siblings. We don't know if it's from the same mother and father, but at the end of the day, we are all brothers and sisters. Sempre. Always. Always with us, and us with you. Dear Regina de Almeida Soares, so important as workers from notary offices. You are actually the driving force for courts, for notary offices. Domingo Silva, representing the real estate. people that we work with daily in a very fruitful manner in all of the country. Dear Alex Simmel, former president of the Chamber, always a pleasure to have you. Alex Simmel, he's from the Algarve. It would be very nice because he speaks great German. Joaquim Barata Lopes, the first president of the Chamber, honored to have you. And towards the 20th anniversary of this institution, do prepare the best celebration ever, at least 3 days to celebrate all of this.
Presidente-Geral da Assembleia Geral da Ordem dos Notários, o homem que nos atura nas Assembleias, a função mais ingrata,
The man who puts up with us, Alexandre Oliveira Perdigão, my dear friend, all the best to you. Dear Francisca Castro, my colleague, we've been through so much. It's a pleasure to have her with us. I'm from Povo, but you are our president. I'm just a guest as the president of the chamber. Susana Lopes Teixeira. I will not greet myself. I'm the next one. The most special greetings are Madam Notary, especially for them, because we're talking about that more than 80% of the members of this chamber.
Elas são a força desta posição, com a sua vontade e a capacidade de manterem os seus
You are the driving force of this job. You are great professionals. We are mothers at the same time. It's been an example for my career. And your effort and sacrifice is an example for men. We are only 19%, little by little. All of us men who have survived are still trying to go up until we're 70. The huge participation in yesterday's seminar and the conference today proved that Portuguese notaries are resilient, claiming a place that has not been inherited, but conquered with a lot of work and dedication. Once we did not have our own competences, but we were able to answer with renewal our freedom as professionals, creating a public service with no bureaucracy. That's why we invested in better facilities and computer systems, in training of workers and notaries. As long as we are useful, we shall be useful to the country, regardless of political options and governments. In the last changes, even with what was coming from Europe, the notaries united, and they did not accept that they would decharacterize our jobs, and they were quite faithful, the Latin Notariat, to the principle of exclusivity and independence. This is the cornerstone of public faith that we bestow upon private documents by the state delegation. We elevate to public documents with our intervention. The public and private nature of our job makes it that we are a public officer with powers bestowed upon them by the state. And it was the spirit of mission of those who are here, those who are watching us from home, and those who have been notaries and those who actually are not with us anymore, and the public service that allows us to state that in terms of justice, the country has mature territorial cohesion via the network of notary offices.
Porém, temos bem presente que a nossa maior força são os cerca de 2 milhões e
Our
meio.
greatest strength is 2.5 million citizens that yearly go to notary offices, and they choose us because they trust us, not because they have to. In the words of Lobering Luther, who left us recently, we are one of the elements of the legal system, designing and supporting the functioning of a market economy, being a tool serving the certainty of legal connection and transparency of economic activities and economic development. Throughout the world, notaries are very important to protect citizens and to improve business conditions and vital for citizens and companies. The network is one of the greatest and most important in the country, as has been proven during the pandemic, when the notaries are able to keep their offices working, making sure that the economy of the country would not come to a halt, and even in face of increase of service, notaries answer with efficiency, swiftness, and quality of service provided. I had the possibility to work, fortunately, with some ministers, secretaries of state. I admire them for the simple fact that they have accepted this mission. We've been in a crisis, as I can remember, and tries to see their salvation. Maybe that's why as quickly it is appointed. We are not here to save anything. We must work daily with citizens building a better country. That's why I would like to say to the Madam Secretary of Justice that workers will stand next to governments, being a tool to help them in the implementation of proper public policies and never limiting the reform of the state. Dear Secretary of State, we are here to help in all new and old challenges of Portuguese justice. If we were to look to the recent past, we will see that notaries have created a national archive on which we have around 500,000 documents per year, and they 1.5 million times a year they are consulted. We've created a platform for the European certificate, the electronic platform that will start in December 1. Interoperability. Also, we are the first entity to do it will be more and better in terms of online distance, electronic apostille. We still need a legal support to do it. That's why we didn't go further. Yesterday, it became clear how it can positively change the service with this kind of intervention. After being granted its competence in a few months, it has issued more certificates than all previous years. Our work, regardless of the options, we shall continue to innovate and to work so that in '06 we become important actors on managing the digital identity, more agile solutions for legal businesses where we have an intervention, online deeds that will be used for those who don't need a legislative change, implementing hybrid events, making it simple for those who live in the islands and those who are judicially illiterate. Let's do whatever we can to make sure that all municipalities of the country have a notary after 20 years of privatization of managing notary offices. Together, notaries and workers will come closer to citizens, helping entrepreneurs to prosper, building a more egalitarian country, modern and inclusive. A proud country focusing on building a better future for all. Long live the Portuguese notaries. Long live Portugal.
Obrigada. Obrigada, Sr. Bastonário.
Thank you for this opening session. I would ask the Secretary of State Ana Luisa Machado, please, you have the floor. Dear President of the Chamber of Notaries, most of you have been properly identified, so consider this as greeting you all, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to be here at the opening of the 10th conference dedicated to new challenges that digital business bring about. The subject of this 10th conference will allow us to share experiences from an internal international standpoint by those who have been working on these new issues of artificial intelligence, bring to the right of law and members of other chambers and also the IRN. The microphone is not working properly, I believe. I do apologize, but I think there are some issues with our problem, says the speaker, and we agree. Notaries must quickly adapt in finding proper solutions to regulate the reality of our lives. Notwithstanding, in the world of AI, all is new, all is to be discovered. We know a bit, but we must know what and what to create. Notaries grant public faith. They are called to provide an immediate answer to these new challenges that the requests of citizens and companies summon. The challenge is to know how to protect rights on assets and materials, artistic digital creations, NFTs, digital currency, all this undiscovered world that each day shall be new. The issue of deepfakes or AI generated content, especially when done online, do become a challenge. This is something that I consider might bring about problems. I hope not. To notaries and to all of those working in the field of law. These matters approached in the seminar, more than current, they are a view to the future, summoning critical thinking and finding solutions to provide an answer to the needs of citizens, making it more dignified, accessible, effective. A word of acknowledgement to the Chamber of Notaries taking on a very important role promoting digital services within the notary world. They will allow us to mitigate the need for paper and relevant files, some of which are still within the realms of the Ministry of Justice, providing a more comfortable view on citizens that they don't have to go to a given place to access the information that they need. The multiplicity and the nature of data collected for notarial acts, it requires the adoption of the more robust solutions in terms of cybersecurity. Within this context, it is very important to take into account the need to make sure that the digital transition happens with the trust of citizens, which demands not just a commitment with integrity, confidentiality, and authenticity of what is being processed by notaries, but also tech infrastructures that respect the standards of data protection. preventing manipulation or loss of information, fulfilling what we have actually been defining the Ministry of Justice, I hope. We're actually define the new context of the apostille, for example, opening or hoping to gather all the conditions so that notaries can actually issue the apostille. On the other hand, it is also our expectation that what you call brothers, registrars, and the digital transformation, and we hope that this process of register becomes swifter. Let us take advantage the opportunity of the RRP to build tech solutions that properly answer to the needs of today. We are fully aware that there are some records that are and give a timely answer to the requests that are aimed to them, fulfilling a very important design, making sure that there is legal certainty to actions for more than 2 decades. Hiring professionals was actually at a halt. Scarcity of human resources in terms of services. Before this nefarious impact, the previous government and this government would go back to 2023 and up until November 2025, 128 registrars of the register shall start their training. 132 are already in training. Furthermore, within what we started in July, we shall have 475 officers starting at the register at the end of the first semester of 2025. This month, it has been authorized the hiring of 39 other candidates. On the other hand, taking into account the last tender, I have authorized the 9th tender for permits to open notary offices to actually take on openings. And if you have more notaries, I'm here to find them an office. Strengthening services doesn't happen overnight, but the government and myself, we are deeply committed to have agile services accessible, focusing on the citizen. Thank you.
Obrigada, Sra. Secretária de Estado da Justiça, Ana Luísa Machado. Para finalizar.
Thank you, dear Secretary of State of Justice. To finish, I would ask the President of the Chamber of Notaries to actually give some tokens of appreciation to our 2 speakers, translating the city that welcomes us with an image of the city of Porto. And at the end, a photo of the 3 of you. Thank you.
Aos três, e também registado este momento, anunciadas as novidades que aqui
Thank you for this session, and after the news for the cluster, this opening session is hereby closed. Let's stop to have some coffee. 15 minutes tops, then we shall be back for our debate. See you soon.
Bom dia de novo a todos.
Morning. Great. Let's in conference period. Now we shall debate the heritage. I would like to put on stage speakers that shall be with the panel. From Hungary, we'll have Thomas Scheiben, Director of International Affairs of the Hungarian Chamber of Notaries. João Barros, Professor of Law University. Welcome.
nota para quem ontem trabalhos, para vos explicar que não haverá questões colocadas a partir
There shall be no question, audience, but any question and our speakers, you can directly promise that question. Let's start with Portuguese, not in the right place.
slides. I think I can.
That's okay. Very much. Last year I had about the same. I'm familiar. Some of you I could see. And now I brought a different perspective. I showed what are the very interesting but very that's kind of inheritance.
Problem with that, always have to problem. It won't help you with. Oh,
I wasn't smart enough. So I brought you slides. First are mostly AI generated, but because we're talking about technology with some issues right protection. So as I mentioned, title of regulation for digital. And now I brought for the regulation. Have only made this question, but these are couple of first start term of asset. The inheritance also talking. What is the of the what are the law? Well, unfortunately, there is widespread the United States, Canada tries to define digital assets, but they are limited countries, and somehow the Anglo-Saxon and the common law works in the different Canada, right? Some define some international organization, but also try to find very strong wants to unofficial other organization with a lot of questions from the digital area, set up a very comprehensive and very long definition of what the digital assets are in the different projects, not dealing with digital successions, but dealing with the use of digital assets as security. Here you have, I think you will all get the slides at the end of the event, so I don't really want to get into the details of the definition, but you have to know that it's quite comprehensive, and even if it's not official, it gives some inspiration on what the digital assets can be in the field of law. But I promise you to present two ways in order to regulate the digital successions. My first way is the question of data ownership. If you take a step back from digital assets, what we can see is that digital assets and digital content are basically digital data. Digital data are always immaterial, incorporeal data, incorporeal things. But the question is, the big question in this respect is that if immaterial things, in the sense of civil law, can exist. The possible definition of the digital data was a possible definition because there is no official definition of digital data. Is one you can read here. These are electromagnetic, optical, or similar signals created by coding, which can be separated from the carriers by preserving the encoded content without any damage or harm. Well, I would like to emphasize the second part. Can be separated from the carrier by preserving the encoded content without any damage or harm. For instance, I can fully separate digital data from a hard disk, from a USB key, from anything which can be considered a carrier. But the big question is still if data, digital data, are classified as things in the field of civil law. Because if they are considered as things, they are subject of property law. And if we arrive to this conclusion, well, I can say that there is no problem with digital inheritance either, because the heirs inherit what was the property of the deceased person. Unfortunately, things are not as easy as we can imagine, because we have very diverging national approaches of the data ownership, or not only the data ownership, but of what things can be in the field of law, what can be qualified as things. You have on the left side the German approach, I must say, unfortunately, including Hungary. We will see why. And at the other end of the spectrum, you have Austrian, the much more flexible and much more liberal Austrian and French approaches in relation to immaterial things. Hungary, I brought you my example from my home country. As mentioned during on the previous slide, we follow the German type property law system. It has unfortunately historic sources because in the middle of the 19th century, we had a very unsuccessful uprising against the Austrian Habsburg rule, and after the failure of this uprising, we decided not to adopt the Austrian system of property law, but the German one. And it has some effects, I think some negative effects on the modern world, on the current world of law, as we will see. Because what can be things in the Hungarian, according to the Hungarian civil law, all objects which have a corporeal nature and which are capable of possession. So you can see here that in order to qualify something as a thing in the from the point of view of civil law, it has to be corporeal. And if we look at the digital data, they are not corporeal at all. That's the first problem. And we have, of course, we have some exceptions. We have the exceptions for money and digital securities, but the conclusion from Hungary is that currently under the Hungarian legal system, digital data are neither things, nor rights, nor claims. And this means that according to the Hungarian Civil Code, digital data are not part of the estate of a given person. I put the question, nothing. Well, unfortunately, some conclusions are that they are nothing in the sense of the Hungarian civil law. I think it's a very bad approach. Some kind of modernization of our property law system would be needed, because we have things, we have digital things, we have digital data, and digital data have value. You all have digital data. You have diverging interests, diverging financial and personal interests related to the digital data. The good example would be to follow somehow the Austrian system without getting very much into the details. The Austrian civil code makes distinction between incorporeal and corporeal things. This is already an approach which can be adopted in order to deal with the regulation of the digital data in the field of succession as well. Unfortunately, we don't have, and there is the question of the EU law. Why doesn't the European Union intervene and make some harmonization in the field of property law? The answer is simple. Unfortunately, the European legislator doesn't have any competence to harmonize or to unify the property law. Recently, we had 5 legislative acts which were dealing with digital data, including the very famous Data Act. But even in the Data Act, the focus was put on the access, use, and sharing of data. So there was no question of dealing with data ownership. The act, the regulation mentions only the so-called data hoarders. Funny fact, the Hungarian translation is simply bad because in the Hungarian translation, you have the data owners and not the data hoarders. But the bottom line is that there is no property law harmonization in the European Union, and it is very, very probable that it will be like that in the coming years and decades as well. Second possible way to harmonize or to deal with the question of digital successions. I've already mentioned the European Law Institute, the Vienna-based organization dealing with questions from different fields, including from the digital field. And I have the honor to be a member of a 6-person project team dealing with digital inheritance. Last year in Lisbon, I had the opportunity to talk to you about this project we are making. But now let's make some repetition. Well, what we have in mind in this project is that we put everything in the realm of succession. You can see the big circle, the big purple circle. Everything which is everything digital, according to our proposal, which is left by the deceased in the digital realm, remains the so-called digital remains. You have all in, and you start with the succession. You don't start with the property law. So you start from the point when somebody dies. What can be included into the digital remains? On the left side, you have the so-called digital assets. The digital assets definition is more or less the same what we saw on the second or third slide dealing with the other project of the ELI. And we put an equal sign between digital assets and physical assets. And we concluded that for these digital assets, the regular succession law regime applies. I think it's quite simple until now. You have also the intellectual property rights on some digital remains. And I think that also in this situation, the succession questions are clear-cut because in the European Union, you inherit always economic rights linked to, for instance, copyright-protected works. But this is not enough because we have in the sphere of digital remains other things than digital assets, digital intellectual property. You have some kind of personal digital remains which cannot be qualified under the 2 systems or classified into the 2 subcategories. And these personal digital remains include mostly personal data of the deceased person and other personal digital remains, which can be chatbots, avatars, and other representations of the personality of the deceased person. So very simply, these are this is the proposed division of the digital remains, and very important to mention that for the personal digital remains, we wouldn't apply the regular succession regime due mostly to the very personal character of these remains, but we would like to generate or to create a so-called sui generis access right for the heirs and other beneficiaries. if you are interested in that, I'm happy to talk also privately about that, about this project more in details. But let's see what can be the advantage of what we propose within the ELI. First of all, as I mentioned, we start from the moment of succession. So we don't deal with any questions of property law. We are leaving out totally the issues of property law, which is related to the data ownership. We have a broad definition of digital assets, and we put at the same level the digital assets and the physical assets. Like that, we apply the regular law on successions, and it is already very easy to deal with those assets within the succession. And another advantage is that we don't leave out from the succession the remains, which don't fall under the definition of digital assets. As I mentioned, these are the so-called personal digital remains. And for that, we created, as it has been already mentioned, sui generis access right for the beneficiaries, which are mostly the heirs, but can be other persons as well. Like that, in this project, we can efficiently handle also the personal data of the deceased person, because we qualify also this category of data into the realm of personal digital remains. And it has the advantage that the ownership of personal data is very badly regarded by the data protection authorities, and there are legal barriers also to the succession of personal data in the EU and outside the EU as well. So would tackle the issue of the unpopularity of ownership of personal data. For the testators, this solution would give kind of flexibility, because in our project we would give the testators the opportunity for the partial and or entire deletion of digital remains. And they could also appoint beneficiaries for part or of the entirety of these personal digital remains as well. So a kind of last will-like opportunity would be proposed also for the testators in respect of personal digital remains. And we don't have to forget the service providers, which are in most of the cases very, very, very powerful companies, mostly located with headquarters outside the European Union. And in the practice, we met a lot of cases. I think in each and every country, this is the same situation, where the service providers are not cooperative enough. And a kind of regulation like that would give would oblige the service providers to guarantee the transfer of digital assets and also the exercise of the so-called sui generis access rights. So this is the other side of the regulation, which is the other side of the proposal, very important, that not only are dealing with the heirs, the testators, but also we would like to introduce some kind of obligation to the service providers to comply with some rules. And of course, last but not least, I think everybody heard about the so-called German Facebook case. With the kind of regulation, with the kind of effective regulation of the issue, we could avoid long lawsuits, because as far as I can remember, the German Facebook case was a long procedure of 5-6 years. If you have a clear-cut solution, if you have a clear-cut regulation, giving the necessary rights and obligations to all the parties, you can avoid such kind of lawsuit. Of course, none of the ways of solution are, let's say, bulletproof. You can always find ways for improvement, but this solution of tackling the questions of digital remains, digital assets, personal digital remains is one we believe in, and one we can develop further. Thank you very much for your attention, and I remain open for questions afterwards.
Thank you very much, Tamás, for the input you left in your presentation. E agora, para também fazer uma breve
And now for a short presentation, I would ask João Nuno Barros to come on the stage.
Bom dia a todos. Começar por cumprimentar os colegas de painel.
Allow me to greet the colleagues at the panel on this rainy Saturday morning, and I would like to thank the Chamber of Notaries and also congratulations for this event. It's so nice to see so many people gathered. It's always nice to have it. Congratulations to the organization of this Congress and the Chamber of Notaries. I'm not using a PowerPoint. I will just try to put everyone to rest, launching something that has to do with the mortgage causa transfer of crypto assets. And here's an anticipated conclusion. I bring you some problems and not specific solutions. And I do apologize for the anticipated disillusion. There are some contributions, some hints, and some ideas. What I would like to start by saying is that the technological advantage in digitization of human relations leads to transformation in different areas of our society, and law is not the exception. Law, as is its role, should follow the technological advances, the advances of society, so that if necessary, they can regulate specifically issues that might come about that need to be regulated. Let's go to the item that seems pivotal in my presentation, which is, let's discuss and try to understand if we need some regulatory framework in terms of the mortgage causa transmission of crypto assets, pertaining the possibility of mortgage causa of crypto assets. The first thing I would like to say, which is not that easy, we could spend all morning here, can crypto assets be subject to property law? Just for this presentation, or else I would sit and be done. This has been the general understanding by the national or the international doctrine that crypto assets, for many reasons, can be the object of property law. And if that's the case, what is the consequence? Is that they can be transferred in life or by death within the scope of a mortgage causa succession. It just so happens that given the specificity of crypto assets, a kind of wealth which is quite different of what we are used to, including the one that was at the basis of all our succession regime, which is from 1967, then updated in 77, and since then, be amazed, only 7 amendments. All of them a bit like following family law. Let me ask you this. So many things have changed, am I right? Is the concept of family the same in 2025 that it was in 67? The type of wealth, is it the same? Of course not. And the crypto assets bring forward problems in face of the updating and the insufficiency on the law, on the succession law to deal with this kind of assets or wealth. I would like to bring you two different views on my presentation. The first one, let us think that you can have the mortgage causa transfer, and that said transfer happens at a scenario where there was no planning succession-wise. So it will happen via legitimate inheritance. Let's see some of the issues that we might face. The second one has a different scope to it. It shall be set on an idea that it might be a will. The legislator still doesn't let us apply this, but the second scenario that we shall analyze with mortis causa, transfer of crypto assets by a will, and we shall try to analyze some problems and solutions for what may come. First one, no will. If there is no will, the assets of the deceased, maybe the deceased has crypto assets. And let's start with the problems. First one, crypto assets many times are set on the blockchain, but it can be any other. But technologies that are similar to blockchain, they need an authority of registers. So the first issue is from the start at a scenario where a person dies without a will, has to do with knowing if their heirs have access to the knowledge that there are crypto assets in the author of the succession. That you cannot go, for example, you can go to the land register or the tax authority trying to understand what kind of property was there. The decentralized nature, non-subject to crypto assets, makes it difficult. So we have a gargantuan problem because there might be the evaporation of the inheritance just by lack of knowledge that it exists altogether. But the heirs might be aware that the deceased had crypto assets. Is this enough? Unfortunately, no. And these are two different issues, and we shall focus on this after the presentation, which is being aware that there are some crypto assets does not mean that the heirs have the necessary knowledge to access it. Crypto assets can be accessed by keys, access keys that connected to the value are not shared by the author of the succession with anyone. Furthermore, some of them are connected to biometric data, retina, or, for example, the fingerprint. This is a huge problem, which is you have the crypto asset, you have the inheritance, no way to access it. One other thing, let's imagine a scenario where a person dies and part of their estate or their assets is made of crypto assets, more than one legitimate heir, a spouse and a son. According to the succession rules, what shall happen is that crypto assets shall have to be shared amongst the different heirs of the author of the succession. It might so happen that there is a regime of joint property on said crypto assets. Well, from the study that I did pertaining the regime that we can associate to the property law on those crypto assets, but also pertaining the usage and access to it, it doesn't seem to me that they are, as many other assets, susceptible of being an object of co-ownership or joint ownership. because the exercise of rights on crypto assets shall happen. The law tells us how to act in terms of joint ownership, but what experience tells us is that crypto assets, if there is more than one owner, the one who has full powers is the one who has access to the access keys. Okay? And this brings about a huge problem in terms of the property law if there is more than one owner. One other issue, and before going to the second part of my presentation, has to do with a very simple thing, accepting the inheritance. As you well know, it can be tacit or express. In the case of crypto assets, what can and must be considered as a tacit acceptance of the inheritance? What kind of actions that an heir might have should or must be considered with a tacit acceptance of the inheritance that is connected to crypto assets? This is not merely theoretical. It is quite practical. Let me remind you, that is, as soon as they accept the inheritance, that the creditors of an heir might come for their estate. So we must create a regime establishing a doctrine that shall allow us to understand what kind of actions might co-substantiate this tacit acceptance of the inheritance. And here's my question. The access key for crypto assets, is it enough to consider that the inheritance has been tacitly accepted? Does it work like this? What kind of actions? It seems that we are actually in an uncertain path. This is just the first part of my presentation. In most situations, but in terms of crypto assets, it seems to me to be a problem that someone dies, first of all, sure, but that they die without actually issuing a will. The planning of succession is something that is extremely relevant, extremely important, and in the case of crypto assets, this happens just like we've seen 3, 4, 5 problems that one might identify in the absence of a will. And this is even worsened by a very simple issue. Data tell us, no news here, that the most owners of crypto assets are people who are relatively young. As you well know, young people are not actually very eager to actually conclude a will because they associate it to death. No one likes to think about death. That's why not a lot of people love succession law. This might lead to the evaporation of a set of assets that are extremely valuable. And let me there say the parallel economy where they work, but also the owner of the author of the succession and the legitimate expectations of the heirs of the author. This means, let's go to the second perspective. It's nice if we have a will for the effects of mortis causa of crypto assets. The problems are not just a few. There are some hints on how things might go. Here is a typical case that you might have with crypto assets, a will, and let's escape that idea that I leave my available share to this or that. Okay, let's avoid this and let's go into the realm of legacies. I give to you via will this or that, my crypto asset, for example, XYZ, okay? This is a legacy where the object is properly identified, as there can be a property law on crypto assets, it is a legacy that becomes real in terms of its effectiveness. What happens then? Well, it's almost zero its value by will. This is one of the typical cases where it has as important the ownership of the crypto asset, the access or the access key that allow to actually endeavor the same operations that the original owner would have. This sets us aside of the typical idea that by having a will, the issue is solved. No, that's not how it works. It's not just property law, but we have the necessary mechanisms to make sure that there is an effective exercise of said property law. I'm about to finish, yes. There is a problem, though. It might happen pertaining the breach of the available share. If by will I leave my crypto assets to a person, if that breaches actually the legitimate share, what can happen, and the law states this, and let me ask you this, is it that easy to make it effective? An action in terms of, we don't even know if the asset exists, okay, and if it exists, what's its worth? Crypto assets vary in value at an amazing speed, which is not actually compatible with our judicial system, so there seems to be some issues with it. And lastly, there is also a problem, and I'm about to finish, has to do with access. And the problem comes from a simple issue. No one will actually leave the access key. I wouldn't like to do it. I don't think that anyone would leave the key in the will, okay? What kind of possibilities are there? There are many. For example, the possibility to appoint someone to be the executor of the will, but to bestow upon just one person all the information on the access to the invaluable assets of someone might not be the best idea. So there are three different possibilities. The first one, similar to what you see in North American movies on launching nuclear missiles, fragmentation of the key. Three executors, and they divide the key, so only the three together can have access to it. Second one, and this is interesting for you notaries of this country, to trust the notary because they are vested of public power subject to professional duties and deontological duties, can actually convey more trustworthiness in terms of the security of the key and that it shall be used in cases where it should. Last hypothesis is using safe, and in these safes you can just have just one executor and the key might be kept at a safe. So the executor has access to the safe with the key and not the key per se. I do apologize for not finishing the ideas and other hints that would allow us to provide an answer to the questions that I'm bringing about. I know that I brought more questions than answers, but maybe this is time to have a legislative intervention, making it clear some of the issues that were left here out in the open. Have a great day. Thank you, Professor João Barros. You were exactly on time. I was just helping you get organized with your presentation.
You told us in your presentation that the service providers sometimes are part of the problem because they do not cooperate. How could we improve in terms of legislation to improve the protection on this case of the digital assets?
Definitely, we have to deal with this issue because, as I mentioned, they are most of the cases.
Eu pedia só bocadinho de silêncio na sala, porque mesmo para nós é difícil aqui ouvirmos-nos. Muito obrigada.
If you could keep quiet in the room, it would be nice so that we can hear each other.
Powerful companies, service providers, headquarters outside the EU. But as we could see, for instance, in case of other regulations like the GDPR, like the AI Act, it is not impossible to regulate some obligations for those service providers when it comes to citizens.
But we need to improve that legislation?
My experience is that yes, we need to improve that. We need to have some forcing powers in order to tackle the issue of not complying with some requests to access or to transfer digital assets. We could see that in the past, I mentioned the Facebook case, but there are a lot of other cases which are maybe much less famous within the EU and also outside the EU, which involve this very important issue. And as far as I know, there are no rules currently in place which specifically oblige service providers to comply with such kind of obligation of giving access or to transfer the digital, let's say, digital assets, digital things to the ears.
João Nuno deixou-nos aqui algumas ideias sobre como...
João Nuno, you did share some ideas on how this is actually outdated. You said that this must be done by the legislator. In what sense should they go? It's not easy to look at this, as you have explained. Well, as a legal expert, what would be your suggestion then? I believe that we must have one thing in mind. We must work with what we have. And I believe that there are some pertinent mechanisms that allow to provide an answer to part of the problems. Even so, in the case of this innovative technology, problems that arise are in such a way clear that I believe that the first item is to make a decision in terms of the legislation. So far, there has been no initiative such as that one, and that's the first main item. And said legislation, from my standpoint, should focus on 2 or 3 items. First, the recognition that it might exist succession on crypto assets that would allow to liberate said changing the succession law. Is that it? Or the regime? Yes. And it does even hold about things. Well, it's the assumption that crypto assets are things. They might be objects of legal business, so they can be transferred by death. I believe this to be quite relevant. The second one has to do, I believe, and maybe this is the main item, actually regulating the value of the crypto assets, because we know that in a nanosecond they can change value, thereby setting aside expectations. We know that the Portuguese legislator, in terms of the application, in terms of collegiate establishing that the value of the assets is what they have when the author of the succession dies. Because there is a huge volatility of the value, doesn't it make sense to create kind of an average value for the last 3, 6 months, whatever, with the expectation on those who shall inherit? And the third item, I believe, is to regulate the access key. I don't know if granting power, for example, to notaries as executors of the will, I don't know if there's an interest in it,
mas a questão do acesso
but the issue of access to the key is actually very relevant.
Will the role of the executor of the will gain greater importance in this context of the inheritance that includes digital assets?
Well, I think it depends on the.
No, told about 3 executors.
Yes, yes. I think definitely they can have an enhanced role in the successions, but also it depends on the different countries, different legal
Different
systems.
legislation.
Unfortunately, we don't have a very rich experience, a very rich habit, let's say, of appointing testamentary executors in Hungary. I don't know if it's the case in same in Portugal. So, but in the case of digital successions, because of the or due to the complexity of the issue, I think that choosing the right testamentary executors is crucial, because for instance, according to the Hungarian legal system, you can choose anyone who accepts this appointment. But I'm not sure that if randomly chosen randomly chosen executor of will can have the necessary powers and necessary knowledge in order to tackle the issue. So definitely I would propose legal professionals, the appointment of legal professionals. Maybe there can be created another category of digital testamentary executor, or executor of digital wills, let's say. But the bottom line is that the choice of the executor must be very careful, and you have to find person who, or the company, or the necessary company who has the skills, knowledge to deal with such questions. Otherwise, you can fall into the same trap as nowadays with, say, normal, ordinary testamentary executors.
João Nuno, estou a falar em 3 testamentários aqui para a questão dos criptoativos e depois a confiança no notário.
Talking about 3 executors and then trusting the notary, how do you see the role of notaries in this kind of transfer?
Acho que há aqui grande campo de oportunidades para várias.
I think there are a lot of opportunities for different professional classes connected to law. But I think that notaries, because of the power invested in them and the public interest which is connected to the maintenance and regulation of this kind of situation, crypto assets in this case, I believe there is a huge opportunity here for notaries. We can actually look at what is being done in other countries. For example, Spain has a much stronger tradition in actually choosing the executor of the will. In Anglo-Saxon countries, the role of the testator is extremely relevant. I believe that in the case of crypto assets, it is very important to have an intervention by a professional with knowledge and specific training that can help in the execution of the will. So there is a huge field of opportunity in order to grow and to show how important they are. Growing at a new field. Thank you. I would now bring the president of the chamber so that you can take a photo, and let's take a photo, Thomas.
And the photo. Muito obrigada então aos três.
Thank you to the three of you for this interesting discussion. New panel discussing technology, of course. That's one of the themes for this conference. Let's talk about new legal issues in the digital environment. Please join me on stage. Pedro Dias Venâncio, professor at the School of Law, University of Minho, the right of access to unpublished or unfinished works. And José Marques Moreira, professor of law at the Portuguese University. Thank you.
Bem-vindos.
And welcome.
A primeira apresentação ficará assim a cargo do professor Pedro
First
Venâncio.
presentation, Pedro Dias Venâncio.
Obrigada.
Please join us on stage and the podium is yours. Welcome.
Muito bom dia a todos.
Good morning to you all.
A ideia de que enquanto não almoçamos
I do follow the idea that as long as we have not had lunch, it's good morning. Let me greet you all and let's start with the presentation. I just told a colleague that I disagree with property law on digital assets, but I'm here to tell you about intellectual property. The title was bigger, but it didn't fit. It has to do with the right of access to unpublished or unfinished work protected by copyright in the digital environment. Digital data not being an object of property can be the object of other rights. It's not just on actually tangible things. One of them is intellectual property. Intellectual property is actually in the Constitution, and it concedes to its owners, in the case of copyright, the governance of their moral and material rights. The content of what is granted to the owner of the asset, including a set of moral issues also. And this content is recognized by the court, the European Court of Human Rights, in an interpretation that is extensive to the right to or the protection of intellectual property. So, the right of authors befalls the property law within what the European Court does in terms of the European Charter. So, when someone has or is an author, this is seen as being protected by two fundamental rights. In the moral side, the cultural creation, that's where you can find, and in terms of property, it is protected by property rights. That's how things have been explained in the European Court of Human Rights. And this means that the work protected by copyright, seen as property, is part of the estate of the creator, the intellectual creator, if you will. If we think with Saramago left to the widow, it's the copyright on its work, which are worth a lot more than just a house, right? If you go to Article 9, it actually enshrines this difference. It's the right to use the work or to authorize third parties to do it in moral exclusives. I'm the author, the integrity of the work. We need the permission of the author to change it. The right to publish for the first time. The right to remove it. The authors can collect or remove the ones that are not in the market yet. But they last for 70 years after death. So they are transferred to someone,
Não há de ser o morto a exercê-lo.
because if it's after death, it will not be the
Portanto,
deceased
daqui podemos concluir
who will actually
que
manage
os
it.
direitos
One
patrimoniais
might say
são tutelados
that the
por uma
exclusive
expressão da
property
propriedade.
rights are governed as an
Os
expression of
exclusivos
property,
morais são
and the
tutelados
moral
por uma expressão da
exclusives
liberdade
are
criativa.
governed as an expression of the freedom of creation.
Os patrimoniais podem inclusivamente ser totalmente transferidos em vida.
They
E,
can,
portanto,
they
mesmo
can be
assim,
transferred
não está
in
no
life,
espólio do falecido
so
acordo
not
da
being
morte.
part
Pensemos,
of the
por exemplo,
deceased.
os direitos de autor sobre as
Let's
obras
think
dos
about
Beatles,
copyrights
e aos
of the
herdeiros,
Beatles
Michael
that
Jackson,
belong
que
to the
são
heirs of
os
Michael
herdeiros,
Jackson.
esqueceram que aquilo fazia parte do espólio,
He
etc.
died and that became part of an estate. It might be worth something, I believe,
Não
in
são-
terms of
não
moral
estão na esfera
exclusives,
do direito
because
de
they are
propriedade,
not under the
estão na
sphere
esfera dos direitos de personalidade,
of
do
property
direito fundamental de personalidade,
and the
da liberdade de
fundamental
criação.
law and the freedom of creation, which is actually, according to Jorge Miranda,
Forma da liberdade
it is
de
a way
expressão mais
of freedom of expression.
são inalienáveis, irrenunciáveis e prescritíveis. E, portanto, também duram depois da morte.
They
Alguém há de
last
ter depois da morte.
after death. Someone has the right
Quem é que
to
tem direito
actually exercise them after death. Who has that right?
O direito de autor patrimonial transfere-se.
It can be transferred in terms of property to heirs, and the rights have,
70 anos subsequentes.
in the following 70 years after the author's death,
Patrimonial que transfere.
there is a property that is transferred pertaining the work,
A exploração económica
which is the economic exploration of the works.
e os direitos morais também.
Same thing for moral rights.
Quem tem
After
direito
death,
inédito sobre as obras que
those
não
who
têm
have the right to unpublished works are the heirs.
publicar obras de Fernando
They've
Pessoa.
been publishing
Ele vida
works by Fernando Pessoa. While he was alive, he didn't publish a lot, actually.
imensas obras que não são publicadas.
There are a lot of works that are published by the heirs. Someone has the right to say,
Em vida do
this
autor, é o autor
is
que diz,
published.
não quero que ninguém veja
The
isto.
author says, I don't want anyone to see this, it's crap, so I don't want anyone to see it. When he dies, someone can go to the warehouse, go to the vault, discover that there are new things there, and they just publish them,
Inclusivamente, após 70
including
anos,
70 years after death, that does not belong to the heirs anymore, and it goes to the Ministry of Culture, where no one else is an heir, the state takes it. You can rest assured that this is what will happen. So, it just so happens that within this right is the right to the ones, the works that have not been published during the life of the author. This doesn't remove from the authors the right to publish it. So, if they have the right to this, they can access to it. Hence the problem of the digital. Because before, the works of Fernando Pessoa was actually hidden away, and someone went to it and they just published it. So, where are they? In the cloud. The problem is that they are not anymore in a drawer somewhere. It's not a physical space. Not published works or unpublished works are not there. And we must know,
após a morte,
after death,
se os herdeiros conseguem ou não conseguem aceder
if they can or not access that estate.
de acesso a esses povos.
And there is a set of restrictions in terms of access.
Mais restringido o direito
It's been
dos
restricted,
herdeiros a aceder
the
aos
right
povos
of heirs to access the estate
dos falecidos. E com base
of the
em que
deceased.
teoria?
Based on what theory?
Hoje, o que é desculpa para, para não deixar as pessoas
What
verem?
is an excuse to not let people see something?
É o RGPD.
GDPR. GDPR.
Portanto, eu quero aceder aos
So,
e-mails
I
do
want to
meu pai.
have access to my father's emails. I cannot because they're private.
São comunicações privadas? São.
They're private.
Eu não tenho direito a aceder
Sure.
a herdeiro.
And as an heir, why can I not access it? Aren't emails protected by copyright? Aren't they works?
Ora, vamos pensar.
Let's think about
Eu
this.
tenho o meu espólio onde? ou na nuvem,
Where is my estate? Either in
ou
the
numa nuvem
cloud,
qualquer, pertencente a uma empresa
at any
qualquer,
cloud belonging to an American company, for sure,
ou no
or
teu e-mail.
on my emails.
E a questão é que cada
And the
vez mais,
issue is
quer as
that further and
plataformas das
further,
redes sociais,
platforms
quer
of
as
social media,
plataformas dos servidores de comunicações
platforms of service of electronic communications are now blocking the access. Someone dies, the heirs try to access the emails,
eles dizem, não, isso é privado. Há um
and they
exemplo
say that's private.
chocante
There is a
em
shocking
Itália,
example
que é
in
uma
Italy,
jovem que se
which
suicidou.
is a young girl
Google
who
bloqueou
committed
acesso às
suicide,
mensagens aos pais.
and Google blocked the access to messages of the parents, saying that they were private.
Os pais não sabem se ela
And
tem
so the parents are not aware if she sent the last email explaining why she committed suicide. They have no access to messages. But this has to do with another kind of law. But those messages have copyright also.
Para além do conteúdo,
Because not just the content, the personal content that the messages might have,
antes de ir a esse ponto, peço desculpa, perdi-me aqui um bocadinho.
I do apologize because I lost
Qual é que tem sido a resposta
my
das redes
idea.
sociais e das
Let me go
plataformas?
to a different thing.
Nós
Service
estabelecemos
providers and social
que
media
os
have said the
conteúdos são
following.
pessoal e transmissível, e, portanto,
The
ninguém
content
pode aceder
is
a não ser o
personal,
a
non-transferable.
não ser que o próprio
Only the
indivíduo
owner
no
can
meio
access
quem pode aceder.
unless
E, portanto,
the
agora as
person,
redes sociais,
while
as
alive,
redes sociais,
names
as
someone
plataformas,
to
podem
manage it.
chegar lá e dizer que quem pode aceder ao meu perfil do Facebook é o Zé. Ainda que o Zé
In
não
most
seja uma
social
empresa.
media, you can dictate who can access. It's a legacy. Or is it? Well,
No caso dos servidores de comunicações,
in the case of services
nem sequer isso
of electronic communications, they don't even have this in mind.
Se nós formos pensar,
If we were to
se
think
este conteúdo
if this content is classified as work,
os herdeiros têm direito a
item
saber ele.
1, the heirs have the
A
right
própria
to
lei de
access
autor
it.
diz, não só
The copyright law
conteúdo patrimonial
defines
transfere para os herdeiros, se transfere para
that the
quem
property
tem direito a saber
transfers to
como
heirs,
diz,
so I have the
os
right
herdeiros
to
têm
know
direito
about it,
inédito, têm direito a
and they
publicar
have the
as
right
obras
to
do próprio autor.
publish
Então,
the
quer
work
dizer,
that the author
uma
did
terceira página vai
not.
publicar contos incompletos.
Saramago's widow is publishing unfinished
Nem sequer
stories,
estão prontas as obras e estão a ser
They are not
publicadas por
even
autorização
ready.
do herdeiro.
and they are being published,
Hum,
authorized by the heir.
Por outro lado,
On the other hand,
se são obras protegidas por direito de autor,
if these works form part of the author's estate,
o de cujos
can
ceder a
the
sua
cujos
utilização a um terceiro que não é herdeiro,
access or grant
não tem
this
isso
to an
as
heir
regras de direito social,
without limit?
não tem que cumprir a legítima,
Is there not succession law,
não tem
or
que
the
cumprir do ponto
legitimate
de vista
share,
substantivo e processual
or
as regras
from a
do Código de
substantive
Notariado?
and
Pode ser
procedural
por acordo com uma empresa
notary
americana,
rules? Can it
agora
be in
o
agreement
titular
with
do
an American
autor
company,
é o-
which
é o
is
Zé.
the owner of my copyright,
Tem muitas
that
dúvidas que
is
estas escolas
John,
que estas escolas contratuais
someone
não
that
têm,
the
se
person
não estiverem a
defined?
cumprir o direito social.
I'm not sure that this is being complied. On succession law,
Numa nuvem na China.
if the person dies in Portugal and lives in Portugal, I don't care if the cloud is in China, right?
De menor importância. Eu, quando
This
falo
is
nisto
quite
relativamente
important. When I talk about this
à
pertaining
nuvem, ao que é
the
guardado
cloud,
no Google, ou mesmo ao que é
what
guardado
is
no
stored
Facebook,
on
a
Google
maior
or
parte das pessoas
Facebook,
consegue
most
percebê-las,
people can
como
understand
sendo obras potencialmente protegidas.
as
Pode
being
ter textos
potentially
escritos
protective. You
guardados
might
numa
have
nuvem,
written
pode ter
texts,
imagens
we
publicadas
might have
no
images
Facebook ou noutra rede
published
qualquer,
on
portanto, a maior parte das
Facebook
pessoas
or
consegue
any
perceber.
other
Mas
network,
depois,
so
quando
most
falamos
people
quando eu
can
falo em
understand
ter
this.
acesso
When we talk about having access
toda a gente tem
to
privacidade.
electronic communications, everyone talks about privacy.
Mas toda a gente vem com a privacidade. Não, mas as mensagens
Oh, no,
são
no,
privadas,
but
e
messages
agora
are private.
os
And now the family members who will actually make it public, that's shameful. The person didn't want this to become public. Well, did this ever happen before?
com mensagens privadas
Private messages of the deceased made public.
O diário de Anne Frank.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Querem coisa mais
the
privada
diary
do
of
que
Anne
ser
Frank.
publicada?
The diary of Anne Frank. Isn't it private? I don't think that you can get any more private than that. Are emails private? Sure. While the person is alive. So if you have messages that you don't want to become public, delete them. Delete them. Let me tell you something which is quite personal. My father, before he passed away, he burned all the personal letters he had because he thought that we should not inherit that. Do you have things on your email that you don't want anyone to know about? Just erase it. This is a problem. Because, and think about this, one might think that this is not important, but it is. Somewhere in the cloud and on social media and email servers, a vast estate that we might think has no importance, but tomorrow, if we become world famous, my heirs will be rich selling it. I'm sure that Fernando Pessoa, when he died, could not imagine the fortune that people would make selling his writings. It's an unfinished work. His bestseller is an unfinished work, right? So, without having to consider, I must have come to an end because this is not moving. Okay, not necessary. What I have to say here is the following challenge. Without having to consider digital content as something that is tangible, on which I have some property, but about digital things, on digital things we have some rights. We're talking about copyright, we're talking about texts, images, artistic representations of any nature. And copyright is not based on merit. Texts are not valuable because they are beautiful or better than the others. They are the creative expression of that person. And it might be irrelevant today. Tomorrow it might be invaluable. I saved the letters from my grandfather. I think they are very interesting. Maybe we all have in our digital estate, probably we have some content that tomorrow someone might find interesting. And it is very valuable or potentially valuable of our heirs. And so it would be nice, I think we're missing creating this understanding even on a legal level of this right of access. Procedural side of things are not there. I'm just trying to convince courts that yes, have the right to access the content. Because there is copyright on the correspondence under the seas, and they have the right of access. Making it an email, it's the same thing as if it was handwritten. It's communication between two people. If we had communications that we consider to be historical documents valuable, why is an email not? No reason, just because things are digital, to treat things differently when they fulfill the same goals and the same social, cultural, economic purposes than analog ones did. We don't even have to change the law. The law is there. It must be interpreted according to the existing reality and that we have currently. So copyright is not on tangible works. It is on the intellectual design. It might be on paper or digitally. It is protected by copyright, to which the heirs have at least the right of access, even to say that this is garbage and I'll delete it and I'll save the hard drive for something else. This being said, I'm done and I'll give the floor to my colleague. Good luck.
Obrigada, professor Pedro Dias Venâncio, pelo
Thank
vir
you,
aqui nos ajudou.
Pedro Dias Venâncio.
Moreira, por favor.
I would ask José Marques Moreira for his presentation. Please, you have the floor. Okay, good morning to you all. Let me start by greeting my colleague for how brilliant his presentation was. Also to greet Diana Ramos for moderating this debate. Of course, to everyone following us, those who are here today debating some ideas about the subjects that we are hereby discussing, instead of doing something else, as for example voting at SL Benfica elections. And I'm in favor of that. Let me greet the Chamber of Notaries, hereby represented by its brilliant President Jorge Batista da Silva. I will always be available to participate in this kind of events. Well, what gathers us here today in terms of my subject to be debated has to do with deepfakes, namely AI-generated content. And my goal would be to address what does it mean, deepfakes. How can we frame it within a criminal view, approaching a case that happened in 2019 in a German company, causing a very steep cost. Let's see, in a Portuguese case, how could we include it in criminal law, and then to present some conclusions in terms of this subject. This being said, what are deepfakes? Deepfakes are digital creations manipulated via AI that allow to mimetize a given behavior with a high degree of realism, be it by movement, the face, voice, whatever. Deepfake can replicate a given behavior with a high degree of realism. And in creating this kind of software was in 2014 by a scientist called Ian Goodfellow, where he developed these images quite realistic by using AI. And this disseminated in terms of entertainment. And in the world of entertainment, there are two things. First of all, Star Wars saga. The actor Peter Cushing had died in 1994, and in 2016 he entered again in a field that is humanly impossible. Only by using AI and deepfakes was this made possible. Same thing happened with the saga Fast and Furious with Paul Walker. He died during the filming of one of the films, and he was part of the film with AI imaging. Just to explain a bit what deepfakes are, it's this phenomena where we can mimic this kind of behavior. If on the one hand this kind of software brings some advantages to its user, in the community as a whole, it creates some disadvantages or concerns. In criminal cases, with the dissemination of this kind of software, this gave origin to manipulation and attacks to privacy, to a point of becoming a practice of phishing. In a nutshell of what is phishing, phishing is actually getting confidential information. There's an active subject. As a standard is the person who wants to get confidential information, and the victim that by trusting the apparent confidence or trust in the subject will disseminate that information to the active subject. This can be done in different ways. Usually it's by email or by the so-called phishing or SMS, the so-called smishing. These are the situations where we get a call and we input the code of our home banking, and via that, the active subject of the phishing gets access to the codes in order to enter our banking account, make bank transfers, etc. In terms of phishing elements, the idea of the active subject is to deceive the victim, creating a fake identity, the manipulation of the victim for given actions, using trust of the person in the relationship that potentially exists. The main difference between phishing and deepfakes is that deepfakes use an audio and a video, or audio and video, which is very, very realistic. So it's much more convincing than a person calling, because the victim might ask a question to which the criminal is not prepared to provide an answer, and the person gets some doubts. Unlike deepfakes, AI has a broad capacity to mimic behaviors, so it's quite easy to create a story and to lead the victim to believe that that is actually true. Talking about the situation that I would like to bring to you, in 2019, a given company, a German multinational with a subsidiary in the UK, where a financial manager of said subsidiary got a call, supposedly from the CEO of the company, okay? And that call was a deep fake. And there was a transfer of the amount of 220,000 euros, supposedly belonging to a strategic manager of the company, maybe fearful that the CEO was entering directly in touch, and maybe with some distance talking about this, maybe there was some problems connected with the safety of the company itself and validating certain kinds of operations. But the financial manager believed that the phone call was true, so he transferred 220,000 euros into that bank account. How was this algorithm trained? Simple, with samples. And it was not video, but we could easily convert this in the video with public samples of the person, and with half a dozen interventions, and they learn how to mimic this kind of behaviors. Where this has been transferred was associated to an international part, where it was able to screen the funds. The fact is that the company suffered a significant loss because of this circumstance. And now, quid juris, what to do? What would be the investigation to define what were the criminals who made this crime, what to do in the role of the company disseminating this type of situation or not, because at the end of the day, cybersecurity of the company was put at stake. In my opinion, honestly, I don't have an answer for this, and I believe it would be quite hard to be able to find, truthfully, those who made this kind of illegality. To get ready for this session, I decided to explore in what manner our legal framework will punish this kind of crimes. So there are 4, or at least 3. It was Article 221. This is fraud. This is the kind of standard used, for example, for MBA. I think that everyone knows about MBA. The person who is actually selling the buy cannot do the bank transfer. They can only do it by MBA. The victim never used MBA, so they will insert data of the buyer in the banking system, and the buyer has access to the banking account. Fact is that, in my view, there was no manipulation of computer systems, which is a fundamental element of the type of crime that's being debated. It was a deep fake, and it was used actually legally. The usage as a result of this kind of practice was illicit. So in my view, it will surely not be 221 that we could actually punish the criminal. Then 225, the abuse of the card, device, or payment means. This is the kind of rule for the cases where someone subtracts, for example, a credit card, and they do purchases online, in person, on a commercial establishment by using the victim. So, in my view, honestly, and it's just one situation, but it's quite structural, allowing the incorporation of other kinds of facts, but I'm just following some examples to actually better explain my presentation. The agent had no access to payment. They used data to access no system. It's actually the opposite. The transfer was made in a valid manner by part of the manager of the company for the banking account that would be impossible to trace. Penultimately, we have the third article on the law of cybercrime telling us about computer falsehood. And this is thought up for someone creates a fake profile, and via that profile they start to practice criminal illicit. It doesn't seem that this article allows for the factuality that's in crisis here. Production of data or documents that are not genuine. This is one of the parts that this article establishes is data production or non-genuine ones. So this deepfake has the role to manipulate some, leading us where to item 217 of the criminal code, number 2A. In my view, probably this will be the rule on which the legislator or the courts could punish all of those who actually this kind of criminal illicit. So this befalls 2017, which is actually quite old, so it has quite an old definition with the contemporary situations that end up not being punitive in terms of the illegality that we are hereby describing. In my view, and just to finish with some conclusions, the first thing that I would like to know, should the legislature typify a standard rule taking into account technology, or is 217 enough? There are some examples such as UK and South Korea where the states have been legislating about this. And if that situation might result on actually property damage, but let's think of a child, 13, 14, can actually master this kind of software, and via the images of their class colleagues can create deepfakes with pornographic content, creating pornographic content of children. Once again, the software is exactly the same. We're talking about deep fakes, but the consequence is different. In one, the problem is material, is property related. The other cannot even be compared, but the software is exactly the same. So the UK and South Korea took the first steps on criminalizing this kind of behavior. And I believe that some European states, namely Portugal, should take this into account. On the side of regulating this kind of subjects, AI Act comes to establish some obligations to be seen by developers on this kind of systems, observation of rules of transparency, to put a stamp, if you will, a logo saying that this content was created by AI, to make sure that all of those who do not dominate this kind of software know that that is actually not real. I don't know if this will be enough, but there should be some digital literacy, strengthening, fighting, actually, or protecting cybersecurity. All of this should be taken into account to make this more robust. And lastly, without having preventive measures that regulate deepfakes in the digital market, the truth is that fighting this kind of practice might be unfruitful. For example, what I told you about a German company who lost 220,000 euros and never had access to this again. With this, I finish my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Obrigada também, professor José Marques Moreira.
Thank you, Professor José Marques Moreira.
No primeiro painel como neste.
Some questions, yes, in the first panel and on this one. Some issues that have been quite challenging in this digital era. Pedro Venancio has explained brilliantly, as said, the relevance of an unpublished work could make it even harder because of the issue of the digital disputes in terms of access, of its usage, and also in the case of testators. Do you believe that the notary could suggest for this specific subject that it is expressly regulated in the will? Well,
eu acho que não é necessário que esteja expressamente regulada no testamento.
it doesn't have to be at the will, except in one thing, which is while the analog estate is found at home in drawers, after a few years we discover that you have some things there.
O espólio digital está
The
disperso
digital one is scattered,
e é mais difícil encontrá-lo.
and it's harder to find.
Acesso às senhas
If I have no access
senhas de acesso,
to the passwords,
porque eu não sei que espólio é.
I don't know
Portanto,
what's there. We don't know what exists.
eu acho que
Two-step verification, for example. Well, it would be interesting to think about a system of inventory,
desse espólio digital, garantir sistema de inventariação do espólio
making
digital,
sure that digital estate would allow, this is a practical thing, that would allow for us to get to know what exists. A roadmap, yes.
digamos assim,
A preliminary inventory.
prévio inventário, porque se torna difícil em saber.
Because it's hard to know. If you were to ask me currently how many email accounts I have, I don't know. Some of them, I don't have the passwords anymore.
Mais relativamente, quantos é que teriam os nossos, as pessoas que faleceram?
And how many would the deceased have? There's a computer, you open the computer and that's it.
Não consegue encontrar grande
Unless you're a very experienced hacker, you cannot find it. So it's much more practical than legal. The legal issue is not having from the legal community itself, of course, the knowledge that that is in a state where there is actually copyright and that it has been conveyed. Let me just understand this. José Marques Moreira, when you spoke and you did it properly, the negative effect associated to the usage of deepfakes, what I would like to ask, this is a conference of notaries, in what manner can they help in this issue? By checking the entity or the identity, checking some facts, can it have an active role in fighting deepfakes? Yes, no question about it. There is a very important field to be explored by notaries. And the truth is that looking within a macro perspective, I truly believe that there might be some changes on the institutions in checking this identity. For example, well, imagine this. We are here in this auditorium and I commit a crime. The person can actually press charges, but if I do the exact same thing online, creating a fake profile, the result is the opposite. Honestly, I would love that the next steps would be the digital identity would be the equivalent to a real one, because this is the only way to fight discrimination, effects such as bots that are created for fake information and fake news. I honestly believe that from the side of notaries, there is a very important role in certifying the integrity and the digital authenticity in the verification of this kind of content, deepfakes, that can be used in benefit of people or the notaries. Pedro Venancio mentioned about the issue of the right of access and how relevant it was. I get it, because you said this before, that you don't believe that we need to change the law. Let me ask you this. Should we have case law or jurisprudence, court decisions that allow to start to frame this subject? Yes, I think it's more important to apply the laws that we have than to invent new ones. So I believe that it's not a problem of lack of legislation. It is a problem it's a lack of context, of framework. If I could be controversial in terms of this, is something that I'm worried with. It has been announced that you will have online notarial deeds. Are they ready to have deepfake intervenience? Indeed. Are we sure? This within the perspective, the notariat, in terms of online deeds. Deepfake might be a severe problem. And this is something that must be thought about. I'm not just saying legally, but in terms of technology. Well, the president said it would be in 2026. I'm sure he's thinking about it. We are coming to a close, but there is a set of fragilities of the current legislation in the realm of the punitive action associated to deepfakes. What do you think would make sense? Well, in the criminal side, it seems necessary that the legislator pays more attention to this kind of phenomena. The typification of where it fits within the legislation, or else we won't have the specific things connected to banking cards, for example, so it doesn't make any sense. But I do agree with what Pedro Venancio said, in the sense of working with the legislation that we have and not just create new laws just because. In my view, there must be a halfway. It must be an initiative by the states in criminalizing this kind of behavior, or else it might become quite difficult, because just by creating a set of rules, can this be actually observed in applying a given rule, but for the same fact, after a few years, a different rule might be actually used. And just to actually round this up, it would be a nice initiative by the Portuguese state to waive to create some kind of committee to study this kind of phenomena, because the consequences associated to deepfakes might be very harmful for the entirety of the community. Is there a suggestion to the president to avoid deepfakes in online? I think that during lunch we will have the opportunity to debate that. Thank you, José Marcos Moreira and José Venancio. Please. Let's bring on stage the president of the chamber for the usual gift and the photo.
Só vos posso desejar votos de bom almoço. Regressamos pelas
I
14h30.
hope you have a great lunch. We will reconvene at 2:30. See you soon.
Thank you.
Muito boa tarde de novo a todos.
Good afternoon to you all. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. Be welcome to this 10th conference of the Portuguese Notariat. In the morning we spoke about technology and digital inheritance, crypto assets, and the challenges that they present to your daily work, the access to the digital assets, new issues that come from this new digital world. Now it's a different subject, a panel that shall approach the challenges of exchange with the cryptocurrencies or other digital assets, the legal framework and challenges for notaries. Some say it's not exactly an asset, and the challenges also. Three speakers. We have Filipe Miguel de Albuquerque Matos, professor at the School of Law, Coimbra. Welcome. I will ask you to join us, please.
Não faz mal, colocamos já de seguida. Entretanto, se alguém conseguir aqui ajudar com o micro, nós agradecíamos. Entretanto, também para se juntar a nós, Márcio Pereira, responsável...
Márcio Pereira, he's the head of the technical office in Porto of the chamber. Actually, it's the certified accountants. And the president of the Portuguese Chamber of Notaries, Jorge Batista da Silva, to tell us about crypto assets. Yes, sit here. We've had presentations of around 15 minutes, and then we'll go to the debate, so you don't even need to sit. If you already have the microphone available, I would ask you to please start with your presentation so that we can begin our session. Yes, go ahead, please.
Ora, muito boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon to you all. First and foremost, allow me to greet everyone here, to greet the notaries that are here with us. Allow me, in a special manner, to greet people from my days. When we start to talk like this, it's a symptom of old age. And allow me to greet Filipa Maia. She was the cause. I'm almost someone who was info excluded. I started using a cell phone in 08. I started using emails very late, and in 08 I did a PhD. And my PhD was written by hand, so I'm the less competent person to address these items. I would like to greet the other members at the table. Let me start by greeting the President, Márcio Pereira, and also Diana Ramos. Without further ado, let's go into what brings us here today. Purchase and selling of cryptocurrency. The challenge that this new way of transaction in a world of economic operations, and that being cryptocurrency the representation of a digital value which is not issued by a central bank, be it national or foreign, nor by a credit institution, nor by a financial institution, being that within our legal framework, and in most of them, doesn't have a legal regulatory framework, or when it exists, it's quite fragile. So the question is, the representation of a digital value that does not have a legal cost to it, it doesn't have a legal cost to it. And by not having a legal cost to it, because its issuance and its control does not depend on an entity, we are used to central banks, right? And what happens is that it is not mandatory to be accepted of the nominal value also. We must not forget the principle that is with us in Article 550 of the Civil Code, where it is said that the fulfillment of obligations takes place in the currency that actually is used in the country. So no legal course here with a nominal value that exists when it is fulfilled. This entails challenges. Of course it does. We are talking about cryptocurrency. We will actually mention Bitcoin as being the more representative, that in '09 has been launched by in the format of Satoshi Nakamoto, so that in the set of financial intermediation that truly brought about some advantages that we shall assess, namely something which is very important, which is that they are anonymous, the transactions. But we need a traditional function of the currency, which is the liberatory right in fulfilling economic operations. We are not talking, and please be aware of this, we are not talking about electronic currency, we are talking about cryptocurrency, because it does have a production that via electronic means it is stored in a magnetic manner, but it has a value to it, so there is a digital representation, no doubt, but with a value which is determined according to the currency with a local course. There is an electronic currency, there is a digital representation, but there is a reference of the currency to the currency with legal course. This means that it has a stable value because it has the value that is connected to the legal course. We are not talking about cryptocurrencies that have a reference to an asset or a right that intends to be more or less stable. It depends on the fluctuations, but it does have a stable reference. Obviously, that's not how cryptocurrency works. Without depending on the supervision of a central bank, what happens is that the value of the cryptocurrency has the value connected to supply and demand, which means risk associated to the circumstance of an absence of specific regulations. We have a community regulation which is 2023 1114 that seeks to solve or tries at least to answer these challenges launched by this cryptocurrency that I'm mentioning, which is subject to all these fluctuations where the risk is imminent in transactions. From the standpoint of not having a reference to the traditional, to the fiat money, so we do have a regulation that takes into account what's created by the cryptocurrency per se. Those who have a reference, the so-called electronic currency, are the ones that are referred in the law, because the value there is a value that is stable. And the problem of it is exactly its volatile, its volatility, if you will, in a way that if we were to look at it, our currency, it's not seen as good. But the currency throughout the ages, even where it was actually serving as trade, it had a role, an exchange. What we have today, it's the currency which is issued by the central bank, and because it has a legal course, it must be accepted, the so-called fiat money, and it has a liberatory power in terms of the fulfillment of obligations. And so, there is a mechanism of exchange. We are witnessing transactions, above all online, between consumers and traders. But we also see, on account of this fluctuation according to the supply and demand, the usage of cryptocurrency for the inflation and for speculation. And what happens is that we convert fiduciary currency, hoping that cryptocurrency values so that they can be converted into fiat money again. All of this serves to actually define this framework of problems, this issue.
A moeda tem estas três funções, uma já referi, que é precisamente meio de troca, outra é realmente de unidade de conta. E como unidade de conta, o que é que a moeda tem que ser? Tem que ser uma
So it must be a unit, a numerical unit, and it must be a measure, almost intuitive, of a relative value. We all understand that it must be intuitive of a relative value, and that's what's missing in cryptocurrency, or this usage that truly brings issues. Obviously, I don't have a lot of time. Cryptocurrency operates at a digital world via virtual wallets, methods of cryptography, and this is translated into a way, and it allows, by mathematical calculation, it allows to keep the secrecy of transactions, which is very important, because in the financial world it has this asset. Transactions happen through codes made by letters and numbers at a platform where they have operators with public office. Actually, everything happens with public and private keys. Private ones are not known by the intervenience in transactions, but the intervenience in transactions they provide in said composition, they provide their signature, then they supply that public key, and via it we are able to define if that transaction is truly authorized or not, but we never get to know the recipients of the operation. And as we well know, there is a problem, especially in the financial world, that has to deal with information gaps. All of this is truly important. Of course, that all of this goes into a record, the so-called record of distribution, which is a repository of information where we keep actually recorded the transactions, where there is a sharing of the information itself via waves or not, DLT, and all of this has mechanisms of cooperation. There is a sharing of information done between intervenients of the operation. That operation, that transaction, shall be recorded via blockchain, and that allows to know what the operations were without specific intervention of the recipients. There are some advantages, sure, but this has to deal from the start with the circumstance. Purchasing and selling, I'm here in face of before you, notaries, we know that this is a bilateral agreement generating obligations, and these are the ones that are expected in 879 B and C. So, this is the problem of paying the... Thank you. I do apologize, yes. We have the payment of the price. Well, actually, these are elements, they are essential for purchasing and selling. Doctrine debates if this is essential or not. These are dogmatic issues that we shall run from, but the price distinguishes purchase and selling from neighboring contracts. From, for example, the exchange. In exchanging, the price is not being paid. What we have truly, it's an exchange, and it's bilateral, where we convey the property of one thing or a right against the property of a different thing or another right. Being that, and let's not forget this, the last article tells that we should apply the rules of purchasing and selling. So they are applicable to the exchange in a way that this brings some problems of legal framework in terms of cryptocurrency. It is a correspective of obligations, and the seller knows what they sold, know how much they got paid, and the purchaser knows how much they bought and what they paid for it. So there needs to be an equivalence, that we know that it does not have to be objective or thorough, but it needs to be one within the intention or common will of the parties. But it must be a sense of equivalence. So this means that cryptocurrency doesn't have an oscillating value. It oscillates, of course, but this equivalence doesn't have to be one that is absolutely symmetrical from the point of view of the objective. There are limits, though. To have this, you need to have some equivalence. What about favoring prices? Won't they change the value? Of course they will. This might mean significantly or very significantly. When I talk about favoring price, I'm talking about oscillating prices that might come from the usage of cryptocurrency, putting at stake the balance. When the differences are so significant, we know that there are institutions operating in terms of validity. The error, for example, usury, it might not put at stake the validity, but it generates a prejudice on balance of the imbalance. And we actually might have this definition or problems of qualification. One might ask, well, the balance is so significant, so where are we standing? Is it a donation? Just to say that this brings problems of qualification at a business that is being used, if it can be valuable as a price or not, because there is this problem of not having a power within this general sense, and the problem of oscillation of the value because it is depending on supply and demand. Take note of this. Let us consider purchase and selling, buy and sell as an exchange, because in exchange, what we are exchanging is properties. So either you sell one thing as a counterpart of the cryptocurrency, like something different. But even in exchange, that exchange needs to have a balance. We might not have actually a truthful purchase and sale to have, for example, a mixed donation, or call it what you will. We do have these problems. This is actually another issue. The parties can prevent this when they celebrate actually preparatory agreements defining criteria to determine the cryptocurrency to avoid fluctuation and to refer cryptocurrency to a stable value. But that's not the real cryptocurrency. When we are mentioning stable values, we are mentioning the realm of operation similar to the digital currency, where the parameter is the one that has a legal cost to it. These are actually the main challenges for the framework, considering or not a true purchase and selling according to the price, because there is not exactly a price for the lack of legal course, or even when there is some differences in the market, this might change the unbalance that the agreement is actually necessarily. These are the main challenges, taking into account that the agreement itself actually means that there is a balance in somewhat elastic, if you will. We can in fact admit some oscillations. We are all aware that there are some purchase and selling with speculative character to them. Article 880 and 881, selling pending parts as a result, components, selling future assets, and they might have a character of speculation. If I sell the fruit of my orchard next year, and if I give it a random character to it, I might get the price without having the harvest of the fruit, because that's how the parties have defined. And it's a code from 66. Does this have a real effect? It doesn't. It has an obligation part, but there are problems of unfulfillment. So we must be aware that if the obligation that was took on, if it had to do with result, to know what kind of responsibility. The truth is that it is possible to have purchase and sell agreement where we won't get the object of purchase and selling, and the price is received because the parties have accepted that speculative nature of the agreement itself, which means that the legislator accepts with cryptocurrency. In that view, and the price being actually an essential part of the agreement, the lack of specifying the value doesn't mean that it is null and void. If there is no determination by the parties of a specific price, there are methods that actually solve it. So this escape to exchange by the lack of legal cause, it's very difficult to talk about actually the price. Maybe this allows us to see the exchange of the property of one thing for cryptocurrency, which is different. But there are some difficulties also because of oscillations, because of the balance and the limits. It is possible to have a certain objective and balance, but there are some limitations. Not everything can be this unbalanced. And these were the things that I wanted to bring to you. And lastly, I would like to pay tribute to notaries, because it is actually a class that, to me as a citizen at least, I respect you a lot. In law, we learn that the law reaches two values, justice and certainty. The greatest value is the one of justice. And Cashing in Knives teaches us this, that can only be reached when it provides measures that allow each of us as a person to have our personal autonomy, to be properly integrated in the community plan. This is justice. But we, as human beings, cannot rebuild the world from nothing. And certainty is a value that is very important. Notaries with a public faith that they are actually legitimate. They provide certainty. I didn't like to see that change of the 875 that I learned before 08 as being just by public deed. I didn't like to see some things, you know.
Como alguns atos suscitam sempre
Some
dificuldade.
actions that bring some difficulties, namely the issue of the deformalization that the digital world brings a lot of it, cryptocurrency, then the problem of money laundering and other things, and some actually a very important value, and we the citizens trust in the Notariat. Thank you.
Obrigada, professor. Filipe, já quer tomates.
Thank you, Professor, for your kind words.
Obrigada pelas palavras que aqui deixou e agora pedia
Thank
também.
you. Márcio Pereira, please. We would love to hear your presentation. Yes, the remote is there, please. The clicker, in this case. Is this it?
Ah, está aqui. As minhas lentes são novas. Portanto, já deve ser esta. Exatamente, já deve ser esta. Ora, boa tarde a todos, antes de mais. Começar por cumprimentar o Sr. Bastonário da Ordem dos Notários.
Allow me to greet the President of the Chamber. Thank you for having us. Also, I will do everything I can in order not for you to fall asleep. And allow me to thank Professor Flint much for his presentation, which made my job a lot easier. I do follow that kind of sharing that you did in the beginning. I'm not exactly someone who is unaware of this technology, but I'm not knowledgeable on these subjects. It's actually the opposite. To a point that allow me to share this with you, I don't have TikTok. And One day at that time, I heard that Elizabeth II had Facebook. And I said, if the Queen has Facebook, I must have Facebook too. And that's when I started with Facebook. But I'm not that active there, you know. Just to say that this is a new world. It's a true digital revolution. And we ourselves are trying to follow this crazy rhythm. So sometimes it becomes hard.
O que é que de facto tenho aqui para vos apresentar?
So, let me share with you. I'm an accountant, as you know. So, my intervention will try to. I'm not here to teach you anything because you, as notaries, these subjects are subjects that you are very knowledgeable on. So, we are just bringing some issues to see some of the things that are connected. And I started by addressing in a very simple manner the concept of crypto assets that have been properly explained, and also the issue of being a means of payment or not, to get to what is the core of the question, which has to do with the usage of it as a method of operations, namely summarizing what we have in terms of taxation that, as you know, was published in the state budget of 2023.
Que é regulamento única, no fundo faz aqui a nível europeu aqui o tratamento, digamos assim, ou primeiro tentativa.
This concept of crypto assets, of all the transactions in terms of it, it states that it is a digital representation of a value or a right that can be transferred and stored electronically using the technology of registered distributed or similar technology. And the professor explained this clearly in operational terms what this means. And one might say that within this definition we have these key elements: digital representation, because there is just electronic format. So you've mentioned that in most of those crypto assets, they are actually in digital format and in platforms that are not legally recognized. Doesn't mean they are illegal, but they have no legal framework. And the other key element can represent an asset with a given economic value if they have access to a given service. There is a set of crypto assets that can have access to that kind of operation. It is transferable and it can be stored. They are virtual wallets, and it's based in DLT technology, the main one, which is blockchain. In terms of the concept, I would say this is it. Just like the professor said, and I would like to highlight it again, risking repeating myself, but crypto assets are not a legal currency. Electronic currency have the associated value to another fiat money, be it euro, dollar, or whatever, but they do have a legal framework associated to it. The vast majority of crypto assets do not have this connection to fiat money, and as such, these are crypto assets that have no full legal recognition. So they are used, and the law does not forbid it for being used, but they are not a means of payment that is actually agreed upon, so it cannot be imposed. So you can refuse to accept a payment with cryptocurrency, but if both parties agree it can be used as a means of
A
payment.
questão, e o professor também já fez favor.
The previous speaker, I'm just taking a right of what the professor said before.
Essa questão, se nós, quando usamos nas transações,
When we use in transactions a crypto asset, if we are in face of a typical purchase and sale agreement
notário ou não.
or not, and if this crypto asset doesn't have validity as a currency, there is no purchase and sale agreement. So we must find a different figure that can be framed here, hence exchange. Because usually is the one recognized or used or identified many times or the overwhelming majority of times as an asset. Then when we are at a business that it involves delivering something and the payment is in crypto asset, we are in face usually, or we might be in face of an exchange. And an exchange from the point of view of a legal definition, and I'm sure you know this, is exchanging one thing for another. Exchanging a movable or immovable asset for crypto asset. And so in the case of cryptocurrencies, it is actually, it might be fully digital. One might exchange this one for that one or any other thing. It's been used nowadays, for example, immovable property. In face of these situations, we must take some of these things into account. There are some specific situations that we must pay attention to, which is the valuation. If you are in face of a crypto asset that has some volatility in its value to the second, depending on the rule of supply and demand, we must define a value for those things. So we must properly identify what it means from the many that exist nowadays. Is a token or any other thing? We must define also the amounts. We must define the value that euro or any other and the date of the operation, because that shall be very important to then define what will be the value that we shall have. There are some challenges also. Special care, making sure that those who transfer the crypto asset do it in a way that can be verified, and the professor mentioned this, that crypto assets brings a lot of issues that have to do with money laundering, that can actually bring other things with it. We need to be transparent in terms of declared value. That will be the basis for many things, and then to the taxation itself, which is what I'm getting at. There is special care to take into account in this new world. Many of them have some or give some hints, but there is still a long way to go to provide full answer to it. Why is this interesting for notaries? Well, I'm sure you know how to answer this, right? From the start, this is a business which is performed between both parties, where one of the components involves crypto assets. We need to prove this idea. We need to understand not just the legal things connected to it, which is at the basis of taxation, the taxes and the amounts. And how will we make sure that the transparency of the notarial act, because as the professor was saying, further and further, if they are removed from what is the control of the agents that do have that public reliability, we are risking It has to do with capital and also how safe it is. So we come to the most important part, which is the tax side of things. Before 2023, Portugal, almost like the vast majority of countries, was seen as a kind of a tax haven for crypto assets because there was no legislation on crypto assets. So the overwhelming majority of operations involving crypto assets were operations that ended up not being taxed. This was a way of collecting investors in that area here in Portugal. With the state budget for 2023, we brought forward for the first time some legal or tax frameworks in operations with crypto assets. Some of them, no need to include them because these were operations that would be typically taxed, so with the need of having a clear evidence so that they could be in issues that have to do with income tax, where you only have the operations that typically are defined. So if there was no reference to operations or given operations of crypto assets, they would end up not being taxed on account of being stipulated in the fiscal code or the tax code. It's not by exemptions, but gaps in the law. So,
tributação ao nível do imposto sobre rendimentos, mais em particular até do IRS para algumas operações.
IRS in some operations, taxation, and then it has been classified, if you will, on the level of transactions, on immovable property, and then some things connected with stamp duty, not just the issue of immovable property, but the donations or the operations involving professional agents of crypto assets. So, what we have here is that within the scope of the IRS, all of those who do that mining or the issuance or services are then going into category B. If they are working with this activity, there was no need to change because it's activity that was expected in the RC code or in the company's taxes code, but they were not in the personal tax. So if someone would exercise this activity in the simplified regime, it was not that because it was expected to have no coefficient to be applied to these activities. This happened for the first time in terms of the state budget for 2023. Then we have capital gains. If we're talking about some of them that in some kind of income, kind of interest or dividends, so it's E. So, and then we also have within the scope of capital gains, purchase and selling of crypto assets that for the first time they shall be taxed. So there are some challenges that have to do with defining the values to apply taxes to when they are in platforms that are not exactly in markets that are traditionally recognized. These are new platforms and many times not easy to identify. Operations that they do not identify the operators themselves. Operations are all of them have numbers, codes. So we must identify to calculate the taxation in the G category, the moment of acquisition and the moment of selling, so that then we can, in fact, apply taxes. In the specific case of the category G, the legislator was quite prudent because they tried to find a mechanism that would be more or less to have some taxation, but not to scare investors. So they've created exclusions in taxation. For example, an investor that invests in crypto assets, if they sell after a year, there is actually no taxation. They are still exempt. But if I exchange a cryptocurrency for another, has not yet been transformed into fiat money, but there is no taxation. Taxation is when you sell the crypto asset and transfer it or convert it into euros, and as long as between the purchase and its sale is below 365 days. It's the first step, but there are a lot of operations that many of them are excluded. And then, naturally, there are some situations that have to do with taxation within stamp duty. These are the situations that have to do with donations, of inheritance, and those that are connected with those operators that have some activities, and then also within the scope of the, I would like to develop this a bit further in terms of transfers with crypto assets. As you know, IMT, which is the transaction tax, it's a tax on the transaction of immovable property. And the code states that this tax shall incide on the constant value of the deed or the contract, or on the taxable value of the property, whichever is higher. And I'm sure that you're aware of this much more than I do. There is an agreement, the movable property is then by transferred, so what is actually the value associated to it? So to define the value for the IMT to determine which one is the highest. So, in face of an operation involving the crypto asset, we need to know and to determine which is the value of the crypto asset, the value that is being given at that time to transform it into euros, which is the value that we shall consider. The code also states that the value of the crypto asset will be defined according to the rules of the stamp duty. There are rules of the stamp duty that we must follow. So, I will show you how stamp duty tells us about defining this value, considered the value that is to be actually subject to tax. There is another extended set of situations about the stamp duty that are made clear. As a rule of thumb, all acts and deeds, many of them are exempt, but many of them are subject to stamp duty. And in specific cases of operations that include crypto assets, one of them has to do with free transfers. If there is a free transfer, it is also actually subject to stamp duty. If the crypto assets are in the headquarters in Portugal, which this means it's an entity with its registered office, effective management or permanent establishment, and the donation can be made to me, I'll be more than happy. If the free transfer arises from a death and the author of the succession is domiciled in Portugal, it might be subject to stamp duty, and if the free transfer does not result from death and the beneficiary is domiciled in Portugal. The rule of where the location is the owner, let's call it like this, to be in what we have launched in Portugal, or the beneficiary of those assets to be herein located in Portugal. Furthermore, being subject to stamp duty of donations, we have these actually commissions that are fees charged by or through the intermediation of crypto assets whenever the crypto asset service provider or the customer of such services is domiciled in national territory. It's almost like insurance mediators. They are subject to stamp duty. So here is the same thing. All of this raises the questions on how to identify all of this, but that's a different matter altogether. If there is something in the law, we can continue. If it's not, things become a bit more complicated. How we define actually the taxable value, talking about crypto assets or foreign donations or commissions of stamp duty, the taxable value in terms of the stamp duty has some rules by applying specific rules set out in the code. The code, it's the code of stamp duty. If there is an operation that in the stamp duty states specifically that the rule to define the value is the one that shall be considered, second, if there is no specific application, add the official quotation where applicable. In crypto assets, there is no official market, so the markets are not official, so there is quotation, but they are not framed within a legal framework, so there still is no official quotation. Or at the value declared by the head of the household or the beneficiary, it should be, as far as possible, approximate to the market value. So most operations with crypto assets will be at the value as close as possible to market. Of course that the code here reserves for the tax authority the possibility to correct the value if there is a discrepancy in terms of not being actually close to the market value, so they have this competence of correcting said value. And so, as you can see, the difficulty is exactly that one, and I hereby finish, is to define this value that shall be subject to taxation. So within this context, there are challenges brought to notaries from the start. Maybe in the draft of the agreement itself, it should possibly include specific clauses on the kind of cryptocurrency to make sure that the market value is properly defined and to ensure that the tax, this is IMT, it's not just IMT, it's whatever, stamp duty, you name it, before the deed is formalized. And then the model of the deed itself might be, maybe it has been before, it can be improved in the sense of developing a lingo that is much closer and recognized, that involves its own language of crypto assets, identifying the type of asset, the wallet that is being used, the reference value, and the delivery terms, which will then sustain defining the value of the tax. Then the notary should not be worried just with taxes. They must be worried about the issue of money laundering and so on and so forth. So we must actually make the verification of ownership. There is no official basis, so this brings a lot of risks to it. So many times we look at the platform, maybe the print screen of the platform, is that enough? Does it have a legal validity or certainty? So how can we make sure of all of this? And then, and Professor mentioned this, crypto assets are highly volatile. There is a deed for a given day. When it is the right time to check the value into euros of that operation? Is it at that exact day?
terá que ser dias antes. Quantos?
Should it be a few days before? How many? 1, 2, 5 days? So we're missing a set of situations that must be actually brought into fruition so that we can have that value properly assessed, and that's a very important tool of the notary. Because notaries grant public credibility to all these deeds, hence the tools. And in a nutshell, traceability is very limited because these are platforms that are not properly controlled from the legal standpoint. So there are a lot of challenges. Then to tell you that a notary needs continuous training in these realms of digital assets, not just as a whole, but also the digital taxation. And of course to tell you that the MiCA and DAC 8 regulations that should come into force are tools in terms of the EU that allow to transform these devices to help to regulate not just in fiscal terms, but in terms of money laundering, all those operations, and they will serve a set of indications to act better in this new digital world. That's it. And whatever you need, here I'll be. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Márcio, pelo enquadramento.
Thank you, Márcio. I would ask Jorge Batista da Silva to please make his remark.
Eu começo por pedir desculpa por terem que maturar.
I do apologize. Here I am once again.
A cirurgia não recuperou a tempo e, portanto, eu para não obrigar o notário.
Well, I didn't want to bring a notary. I thought, well, the presidency is the first one to make a sacrifice because we were supposed to have someone from the ARN here, but they went on the surgery, so. In this case, I'm cheating a bit because this is something that I usually do some interventions, and even so, I will try not to bore you. The first time that we discussed what I have been debating for a few years about the cryptocurrency from the conceptual point of view, it always seems to me from the point of view that they were making it too difficult. Truthfully, and it was the old books, some of them, they were from the archive, the National Archive. You shall find there swapping plots for animals and bags of maize or corn. When our predecessors were able to solve the problem of exchanging land for corn, I believe that in the 21st century we will find a way to do legal business with something that we give value to it. But it's just like everything else in life. In the history of humanity, is always the human being given objects that is supposed to call actually currency. But then in the practical side of it, I'm going to tell about what happens for a public deed where the parties intend to do a legal business that consists in exchanging cryptocurrency that might be the most known ones, such as Bitcoin, or currencies that are as esoteric as the ones associated to selling plots in the moon when they are sold. We have a vast. I found it actually interesting the way that they tried to actually make it a taxation when we exchange for some cryptocurrency. Because everything is cryptocurrency, I can exchange Bitcoin for an invented currency by myself, and its taxation problem is solved. Except for this, and from the two chances that we had is, on the one hand, to look at the designation itself of the tool and that would be currency at all without going through this exchange. And cryptocurrency have no legal course. Let's see if they do or do not. But I came to the conclusion that when I started this, they didn't have anything in the world, and the first legal business of the exchange Bitcoin, I don't remember how many, in Braga. It was with cryptocurrency, and it was by an exchange that I've shared with some colleagues. And because the world loves to challenge us, and if we think about, and I'm going to go to my smartphone, there was a country in the world, El Salvador, they thought of, for many reasons, of giving legal course or to recognize a cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. So if we would apply 558 of the civil code, one might say that we are doing agreement with the currency from abroad. We could apply the definitions of purchasing and selling as long as we're talking about operations from El Salvador, because it is legally recognized at least in one country in the world. But most of the world decided to ignore El Salvador, but that's what they did. There is no exactly legal reason that I can find for it, because the truth is that El Salvador is still a country and it still recognizes Bitcoin as a legal currency, but the world decided to ignore this reality, and I did the same. So I continue to think that we are in face of an exchange where there is in fact the delivery of a real estate where it is not paid or legal cost in euros, but via the delivery of the software that is stored somewhere that we wanted to call cryptocurrency, that might be the most different ones. Well, as in most businesses, they don't know exactly what they need. So one of the things that we must actually define is what kind of business they want to do. Many times the parties want to exchange cryptocurrency for immovable property, but they define that the operation will be made via entities called exchange. They are, let's call it, kind of cryptocurrency banks. Business banks does operations, yes, but it's kind of cryptocurrency banks that have a mandatory register from the Bank of Portugal, and these are entities that are authorized to convert cryptocurrency into euros. So if we define that I'm going to sell some real estate and via an exchange I will get a given value that at the end it will be euros, that is a regular purchase and selling. It's as if we had intervention from the bank, because what will appear in the deed is that Mr. A will send money to Mr. B, and at the end we will have a bank account where euros are coming in. So it is regular purchase and selling. And for years, some of them, they didn't mention business with crypto, they were with euro. If they would get this and not cryptocurrency, the more they said that had some correspondence to give in cryptocurrency. It's something like defining business into gold, but then at the end to get euros and not gold bars. So it's the same thing. This is the first item. The second one has to do with doing the business of an exchange, where the parties truly want to transfer cryptocurrency and the other wants to actually sell the movable property. The property is from the standpoint of how will they do it. But what is this guy talking about? Because people will pay with cryptocurrency and the other will actually sell the real estate. But cryptocurrency might be stored at an device that is the size of a pen, and we can have millions of euros. And what we'll have is someone giving us an object in our deed. So the person gives a pen drive and the other gets a house via public deed, which will place us. And this is an item that has not been approached, so that's why I decided to focus on it, which is how do we control money laundering? Well, this is the role of notaries in working with cryptocurrency. The risk that exists at an operation of cryptocurrency is much higher than any other kind of operation. First, because it is an asset. It might be given directly, it doesn't need to go to third parties, and it's very difficult to have a record. Many of the entities that they are stored and not deposited are foreign entities that don't even answer to the Portuguese authorities in terms of money laundering, and the law does not forbid the use of those entities when there are the national exchanges, and we shall have some facility or some easiness in fulfilling our duties. We start by examining and control this operation, and it starts by asking the parties, trying to understand who is the effective beneficiary or beneficial owner, where we have an asset that shall be actually delivered. It might be in a pen drive. So we can see if it was actually the owner or not in terms of the beneficial owner, or if someone gave them a pen drive. We'll never know because only those two people are aware of this. So our duty in controlling starts when we try to schedule or to book the deed. In my office, what I do is that I fill out a small chart in terms of defining who is the beneficial owner, who's the purchaser, who's the seller. We need to immediately collect the data, just like the copy of the citizen card, to have access to the picture of the person, the real person who will actually do the business later. We have also the issue of knowing how to determine beneficial owners. And here, this is much more knowing who is the manager of the society, and you have the express obligation, and the parties have to declare in writing that the beneficiary is A or B, or if it's a non-declared third party. And this duty is very important in writing because we must have the record of what we did in terms of this exam and this preliminary control to the operation. Because if we think about it, and not to be involved in a procedure where there is money laundering or even funding, terrorism funding, it must be done effectively because, as you might imagine, there are a lot of entities, and the entities that did with the cryptocurrency, sometimes those who use cryptocurrency get mad at me because I say this, but cryptocurrency in the beginning were used by entities who wanted to hide the true reason of the transactions, because those who did not use the legal or regular course currency. One of the questions that I ask, and the notaries do it also, if the person has an exchange, why do they not do it? The intermediates get 4 to 12%. So this is one of the ways not to pay any kind of percentage to the middleman if this becomes a legitimate business, comes to be a legitimate. The preliminary control of the operation and the questions of the beneficial owner or who are the ones who are exchanging must lead us to think about this, which is very important in this business. Let me tell you that in the last 4 years, I've had many refusals for businesses, and also the duty of abstention, which are the notaries, as you all know, in terms of money laundering, have the duty to refuse business, being that first, they must communicate to reforça if they don't want us to continue with the business, so that we know who is the beneficial owner of the business. In terms of money laundering, these are much more demanding, and they are much more demanding, especially in the duty of abstention and refusal, because if you think that while a bank transfer, and if there is an intervention by the magistrates in terms of defining that that operation has been connected to money laundering, and if they want the money to be stored to the state until they define if there is money laundering or not, just imagine that it will be much harder to be justified and how it is delivered or not. Another important item, sometimes forgotten about, has to do with money laundering, but it has to do with our duty, which is the duty of secrecy. We spoke about this morning, about wills and digital assets are many times at a given point, and if you do any of this, you will have someone sitting next to you putting a key in a computer, and many times people are not careful enough in that key. If it's someone who has a lot of cryptocurrency, it might be worth 2, 3, 50 million euros. So this duty of professional secrecy and everything that has to do with the operation, we must pay special care because this key means to be the owner of a given financial asset. And our knowledge of said key, first you must refuse to get the key, start there. And second is, if you become aware of it, you should be careful enough to never share it with third parties. And to warn that if possible, if they have access to an exchange account, that you should change it after the operation. In terms of responsibility, I will not extend any further. The legislator, whenever it is to make us accountable, they always think of us, so they wrote all the things that we can suffer. But we must not understand that in operations where we have an intervention, the initial distinction that I've mentioned in terms of the usage of MAC change, that entity that is to say cryptocurrency or the direct exchange of cryptocurrency, it is absolutely pivotal in determining our acting in terms of money laundering. Actually, when it's an operation, when you have an exchange, and if you're talking about an exchange that it's already recorded or registered in the Bank of Portugal, our duty ends up being decreased according to the exchange itself, because they have obligations in terms of money laundering. So we can and must and should believe in what are the records from the exchange itself, as we do when someone prints, for example, a proof of bank transfer. So within that measure, our duties are not that intense. Our duties become more intense when people do exchange cryptocurrency via a transfer between wallets and cryptocurrency, or a physical one, which is the pen, which is that small thing, that pen drive, that if you can get one, do take advantage of it. The greatest difficulty that you shall find in this operation, and I had to start to asking actually initial honor, taking into account the number of transactions that do not come to fruition, has to do with that item, which is the person in a way explains to you how they got it. And this is quite difficult. We had some procedures about this. I remember, for example, a Spanish citizen from Galicia who actually bought a house in Portugal. The transaction was made in Spain, but he ended up being a defendant in a lawsuit because he was not able to show where the money was coming from. When they asked him where he got it, once again, if we're talking about someone who was going to an exchange and started to buy cryptocurrency like shares, all the records are there, even of the transactions. But if the person comes to us and said, no, I'm someone who loves computers and I have a lot of computers and I was mining since day one, I became aware of this, showing that mining is quite difficult, although there are some ways to determine if the blockchain is more recent or older. When the person cannot explain at all where the money is coming from, we need to make a decision. And it seems to me clearly that if it's not a business and the person cannot show the origin of the assets, our duty is to have a preliminary communication of the Commission. If the CAPNI doesn't want to say anything, we should do it. We are properly protected because we have communicated what was happening, and after that we must communicate again saying that the operation was actually made. And from that moment on, we will be perfectly protected. That's what I did, so I shall be with you in the same jail cell if that doesn't happen. Just to finish, and pertaining an item which is quite important and that has been mentioned here, and it has to do with the last item to determine price, and in terms of taxes, which is to determine the value in euros that shall correspond to the transaction. When I saw this business for the first time, I remembered a conversation that I had with an Argentinian colleague and how difficult it was for them in dealing with actually the agreements, the so-called CPCV in Portugal. And I got inspired in the Argentinian contracts, and they used dollar as a reference, saying that despite being actually, it is in dollar, but they are properly regulated by the value of the dollar and the fluctuations of the dollar. We're talking about an offer to purchase agreement. This is a very smart solution, saying that the price will be in euros, shall always be 100,000 euros, regardless of the number of bitcoins or cryptocurrency that we've mentioned. So if I schedule for 30 days, what people do is to see that in spite of it not being an official, there is a non-official one. So what people do is deliver the number of cryptocurrency that correspond to the value that has been defined in euros. Other ways that exist and investors do enjoy, because this is a risk market, when the deadlines are a bit extended. Another thing that exists is an issue of actually preventing the variations in prices using with countries with high inflation, not to fall within the possibility in the exchange of not having actually in getting to zero, and I have to give zero in exchange for a property. Maybe there is actually a drop in terms of euros up to 20 or 30%. And when I did the deed for the exchange of the real estate with the cryptocurrency, it was a property in Braga. In the 3 following days, they lost 20%. So we were just actually playing with the one who sold the real estate, said the first you got the apartment that was actually very valuable, 20% more valuable. And to finish, the role of the notary in this business, where the parties intend to use cryptocurrency, is not different from all other businesses that we did and that we do. The only thing that changes is our role as agents of prevention and fighting money laundering, and the difficulty that we find, but that quickly, and I believe that after 20 or 30 minutes of studying online, you will come to this conclusion. There are some sentences and expressions that I memorized to make this more similar to an expert, which is the exchange, crypto, etc. But the truth is that the bottom line is that there is just one factor. It's the third party that people trust in, whichever the business is. When they think of doing it, you should go to a notary office and they will find the best solution possible. I won't bore you anymore. Thank you. I leave you to it.
Obrigada, bastonário. Depois,
Thank you, dear President. In terms of the offer to purchase, to start, let's ask our Professor Filipe Marcelo the following. There are many advices on what to do or what not to do to be cautious in terms of these transactions. What I would like to ask you, the example, is that to define in terms of the agreement when there is this exchange where you give cryptocurrency and you get property, should we define so that we can have this take into account the problem of litigation in the future, or is there something else that we must take into account? Clear criteria, specific criteria to define stable values. Help us to understand this a bit better, please. Well, defining the criteria that are being determined in terms of price so that we can prevent oscillations or variance. In terms of avoiding all of this, the answer must clearly be yes. Yes, it is better from the start to predefine all of this. But actually, when we are establishing these criteria and these parameters for the cryptocurrency, we are not truly talking about cryptocurrency. We are protecting ourselves. When I was saying that in 2023 and 1114 regulates precisely cryptocurrency that are not referred to values or assets or electronic currency, that is the cryptocurrency we are discussing. It is that volatile one. But that's the one that brings no legal certainty. Yes, but each person chooses what they want. It is the best way to stabilize things. But I don't think that the community legislator had problems and tried to define by establishing the conditions of admission to platforms, of public offer, etc., etc. And we must also take this into account. Notaries, just like all legal experts, must take into account that the price must be defined in the offer to purchase and sale. The object of the business needs to be properly defined, Article 280 of the Civil Code, and that is a rule that can be or should be actually applied to both deeds. But we might get there without a defined price. There are some rules to define the price. It means that starting with validity, there is nothing against it. Nothing against the validity of this agreement without properly defined rules. That is great, but we are going beyond cryptocurrency. What about the tax side of things? It's not easy to assess the value. How can we clarify the issues and to prevent doubts in terms of taxation? There is a lot of things in terms, there is a vast field given by the tax authority within this realm. The knowledge of the tax authority, we are yet to know how it shall take care of all these operations. It's not these operations. There is a board. And that's good. There is a principle. And this has to do in terms of what will be actually limited taxation. What we see here is to define beforehand a value for the cryptocurrency. Maybe in many cases they shall be thankful, facilitating that verification. On the other hand, we know that the taxation is in agreement with the capacity of taxation and the real operation itself. The value that was defined between the parties really mirrors said operation.
Sendo duas pessoas a estipular, podem estipular valor mais do que
They might stipulate a value that it's valuable for them.
Não está o preço de amigo, exatamente.
It's that, friendly price, let's call it like this.
Tem que ver, vamos ver assim, se considerar que aquele valor
So, that value is not the right value that translates a market value.
como é que a autoridade tributária vai fazer isso?
And how will they do it? We need to define a set of operational rules. We have this legislation that allow to take this step. At least I'm not known that how they will do everything is controlled to check if the taxation is in agreement with its real operation or not. Well, there are some practical examples of what you did to frame situations where you have been involved in this kind of exchange. What would you say to the other notaries, President? And then, is it common, these kind of operations? Are they becoming increasingly common? This kind of operations is being more common. They try, at least. There are many indicators. And as I said before, many of the operations do not occur for different reasons. One of them has to do with money laundering, the difficulties that the parties have in justifying where cryptocurrency is coming from, even the details that we have in understanding that did not exist 4 or 5 years ago. In exchange, they would not keep those records. So that would not be possible. From the point of view of the recommendation, what I can say is that the issue that we have for the business that I say as being high risk in terms of money laundering is the unit to the two entities, because in Portugal we still have some difficulties, but the duty and the fulfillment is actually very important for the notary. It's more than clear, the money laundering, so that the part declared that even if they do, I believe that we have a duty of communication, and in that case, if CIAP and FIA doesn't say anything, we must proceed, because many times they have interest in investigating so that things can move forward. Pertaining another important issue that is connected to intervention of the notary and how to determine the price, if you use this currency or that currency, the notary ends up being actually a consultant for the citizen who is trying to actually move forward with the business. There are risks for both parties. I believe that this should be made clear in terms of the will of the parties. When we are determining if this is actually a business or not that wishes to be regulated, has nothing to do with the digital euro, we need to actually assess it immediately, and this must be made clear. One thing is to have an asset which is a cryptocurrency, but the ultimate goal is to get euros. So I just write the agreement as being given cryptocurrency, but there is an underlying purpose which is being paid in euros. If the ultimate issue prevails, which is one of the part gets euros, I clearly should see it as purchase and selling, and it should be actually taxed on it. There is an important item also, maybe this was the weirdest one when I did the first transaction, because at that time, between 2023, there was no code. I called the tax authority, and they told me that the one that they found it more reasonable, that's what I did. I used the code, and I just wrote down in the annotations what I was to do, and the tax authority said it's fine, so I just continued. And determining a value, it's not placed. And let me say it again in terms of cryptocurrency. I remember that in 2009, it was the year of the crisis, not a lot of liquidity, and I remember that there was a plan that at that time exchanged actually a plot for a painting. The parties declared the value that they thought it was worth, or there is a clear value, which is the value of the property. The reference is thereby clear. And from there on, the tax authority, what they can do is to assess the asset. like any other asset, and then reach a conclusion. Risks for business are quite steep. That's what we must inform our customers of. So our relationship with citizens is as it's always been, to advise them that if they are aware of the risks, and these are very high risk operations, just do the public deed, and it's a handful. But the positive, the part of it is that you should charge the fees that correspond to all the work you shall have. Here's a question for the three speakers. In your opinion, in terms of the regulatory framework, does it provide an answer to the difficulty and the demands of this kind of business, or should there be an adjustment in terms of the legal framework for this kind of exchange? Professor, I believe that the legal framework is properly defined. It is okay. The offer to sell and buy agreement should be random in purchase and selling, without putting at stake the principle that I mentioned before, that actually this kind of agreement of 880 and 881 are just, they're effectively just the obligation, but they do not put at stake the titling system. They do not have a real effect as exists per rule, but they do not put at stake, for example, of components. For example, the truth is that if the future asset comes to exist, if the component comes to separate from the main one, it's not necessary to conclude a new agreement, which means that this has some efficacy to the preliminary moment. So we are not just like in the German system, where it is equal to, because it's different. A purchase and sale agreement is different from an offer to buy and sell, but they are just connected to an obligation. But the other one, purchase and selling, actually encompasses the transfer of the property. But the parties just need to be clear on what is their will. Risk is part of the business. How many people live with and by risk? There is a structure which is quite elastic, then this the 939 that can be used in exchange. So we must see these imbalances. When they are big enough, there is a possibility to annul the agreement. So, yes, I think it was actually quite ahead of it. And is there any kind of difference? I would say that I see the need of deepening what's in the law. Typically, we are used to this, and in many cases, the tax authority brings an idea for that situation. It's not always clear, and many times it goes beyond what the legislation means, and it is the law. Any other questions could be brought forward, but we are very used to it, is that we are able to see more or less the item of the tax authority or the view of the tax authority. Within this subject, there is absolutely nothing. There is a law, but we don't know exactly in what manner and what are the procedures that it will have for these operations. So it would be nice to have a notice, right? I don't know if that needs to be the thing, but a set of guidelines in a sense of understanding in terms of the interpreting the law and the administrative procedure. In what manner will they assess what are the rules that are at the basis to define the value? This would be quite helpful to those who are handling all of this, to become aware of this and to minimize the risk that shall always exist. And it would be very helpful that does not exist. the notaries feel a need to adjust. Sometimes we make it difficult, right? I said this. What's at stake here and the difficulties that we are all facing have nothing to do with the rules of the civil code and also with the issue of the tax rules. The problem of cryptocurrency was that the states did not want to lose their power of printing currency. So they were resisting, they still resist, coming to a point where the Bank of Portugal said that you must regulate the exchanges. And they said, I don't want to regulate anything because nothing to do with it. They were obliged to do so. And now they are truly an entity, at least of registering the exchanges. What's at stake is how the legislator, the European legislator, it's not a national one, how the ECB will regulate these assets that seem to me should be regulated in the way that they did, for example, gold, then the currency. That would solve the issue. But now, the electronic euro is something that is coming forth that has nothing to do with this, but it will be an attempt by part of the EU of trying to avoid the phenomena, creating or replacing electronic gold, because I don't think that will solve anything at all. On the other hand, it allows us to actually have this definition. Thank you to the three of you for the inputs. I think they were quite positive. I would ask you to please join me on stage so that we can actually take a photo. And for the speakers also, we have some souvenirs. We are coming to a small break. I would just ask you to be patient. Just give us a minute.
Obrigada pela vossa paciência.
Thank you for your patience. It's now time for a short break so that we can then come to the closing of this conference. Thank you.
Boa tarde de novo a todos. Saímos desta curta
Good
pausa.
afternoon to all of you again. We are coming to the close of these 2 days of the European seminar and the conference of the Portuguese Notariat.
Estamos na reta final, tivemos debates interessantes.
We are almost at the finish line. Very important debate. A lot of things have been discussed. I know that you are eager to be together this evening. I would bring on stage to officially close this conference Cláudia Barba. She's the president of the board of the Northern Regional Branch of the Portuguese Chamber of Notaries. Well, would you apologize? You don't have sound in the interpreting booth. I don't know if you have sound in the room. Well, this morning we had a panel on digital inheritance with the Hungarian colleague, Tomáš Simon. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. We had the opportunity to follow him in Lisbon. It was the first time that I heard about the digital inheritance. I was quite happy. And I brought this to my notary office, and it was very exciting. Quite interesting also, Professor Nuno Barros, and to understand the notaries might come to develop an important role in succession where there is cryptocurrency. For the second panel on new legal issues in the digital environment, we had Pedro Dias Venancio, and he shared with us that he analyzes this version from the point of view of copyright. And then we had José Marques Moreira. He brought us some explanations and some warning signs in terms of the deep fakes. There was also a reflection of us being especially careful when we wish to do remote deeds. Well, I would like to start doing them, so let's think about that. The third and last panel, exchange with cryptocurrencies or other digital assets. It's been a pleasure to hear again Filipe de Albuquerque Matos. He was actually my assistant. Actually, he was assistant professor when I was a student at the School of Law of Coimbra. And as always, he brought things forward clearly, defining crypto assets and the currency per se, fiat money, defining this problematic of the business itself. Is it an exchange? Is it purchase and selling, determining price? And then Márcio Pereira, with his view in terms of taxes, helping us to understand the tax framework and the taxation of crypto assets. And we finished with the president with his personal experience. We know that he is an enthusiast of this subject, and especially with the item of money laundering and how careful we must be with it. With initiatives such as this one that bring us together, us notaries, academics, other professionals, that we think about this subject and we get to know new experiences from places that we didn't know before. We bring them into debate. That's how we evolve. and that's how we are able to suggest improvement. We were gathered here today, in these 2 days, almost 300 people, which clearly proves that the Portuguese Notariat is ready and has the will to face the future, and that Portuguese notaries are prepared to answer to the needs and interests of citizens and companies. And they are, as they've always been, on the side of safe solutions. Thank you. We shall never disconnect from being safe. It is our matrix. To evolve, we need to risk. But we must risk on a safe and solid basis. And that means 800 years of history of public faith, of impartiality, of studying and deep commitment with the law, and also with freedom. Only with freedom can we risk and evolve. We cannot get to agreement, to successions, to litigations 2 days ago. They have been actually our job for more than 800 years. This past of labor, of rigor, of dedication. It's not an anchor. It doesn't tie us to the past. It is a solid basis to evolve, to be able to listen to those who come to us and to understand what they truly need, to translate it into a public document, bringing it to the public knowledge. With this action of ours, we are not just an arm of the rule of law, ensuring freedom and certainty, but also helping people to develop in their economic and personal view. It is with this excitement that we leave this room. As the president of the Northern Regional Delegation of the Chamber of Notaries, that the city belongs to, the host of this event, I have nothing more than to thank all of you who are here and contributed to the success of this event, because it was actually very, very successful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We need to thank the Chamber of Notaries for having the ability to pay attention to the evolution of subjects, to the international movement around said subjects, to participate, to have an active role, and to bring its members, not just for training, but also to contribute with solutions for reflections, and also to hear foreign colleagues. So, what I need, what we all need, is more seminars, more conferences, more congresses. We will be there to learn, to share, to evolve, and to spend good times together, so that we can bring to our notary offices this excitement. Before we leave, for health reasons, we could not have with us our dear colleague Antonio Villaluz. But we would like to send him the best, good vibrations for his swift recovery, and in order to do it, let us now see.
Grande animação,
Palmas mais do que merecidas. Se começámos o primeiro dia com muita energia, agora
We
fechamos este
started
dia
the
também.
first day with a lot of energy. This was quite an emotional moment. These have been 2 very fruitful days. Thank you all for being with us, those who've been with us for yesterday and today, to the speakers who were with us for the 2 days, also to the Foundation Antonio de Almeida for welcoming this event. It's been a pleasure to share these 2 days of discussion and debate with you. Let me just remind you that tonight we will have the closing dinner starting at 20 at Alfândega do Porto. And for those who wish to join us, there is a transfer starting at 7 at the Hotel Crown Plaza. I would like to thank you once again, and I do hope to see you soon. Thank you.